of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers. The majority of students choose to study in this group and choose to be ones of such persons because they are the brain of the country. The Faculty of Business Administration educates its students to be administrators and entrepreneurs in finance, managing, marketing, and accounting. If you want to study these in a single location, it must be this faculty. Only just study here and your life can change completely. The Faculty of Economics aims to educate its students to be analysts who can change the world through integration and application of bodies of knowledge in economics, politics, finance, and society to explain the changes all around us in all dimensions. The Faculty of Sciences aims to educate its students to be scientists and experimentalists who focus on finding answers for all questions logically with scientific logic. If you want to be one of those, just simply study in this faculty. The School of Administrative Studies aims to educate its students to be social workers and politicians who concentrate on finding the meanings and standing points to develop and administer a community integrally and effectively in both government and private sectors. The International College aims at educating international students, especially the new generation in Southeast Asia. The people in this region want to have a body of knowledge from interdisciplinary fields based on organic agricultural foundations. This is a way to increase their agricultural products to international standards. Finally, here comes the third group of faculties. It is a group of artists in Generation Z. The Faculty of Architecture and Environmental Design aims to educate its students to know both science and arts based on the foundations of architecture and environmental designs, both theoretically and practically. It aims also to make them able to construct their works carefully on the principles of landscape architecture in both their functions and beauty. The School of Tourism Development is specially designed to raise the tourism profession, promote foreign language skills, educate its students to be entrepreneurs in tourism and services. It can make you be a service designer who has highly valuable tourism experience and be a tourist attraction developer to support the international tourism industry. The Faculty of Liberal Arts transfers its bodies of knowledge via culture and communication to understand the society and the values of human beings. It emphasizes also on communication with communities. The Faculty of Information and Communication educates its students to be media creators in the digital world and also have other essential skills for this era in the areas of still picture production, animation, content creation, being a YouTuber, video editing, infographic designing, running a radio show, making a digital TV, shooting a documentary, and making a movie. The students can learn from their direct experience in both the front and behind the scenes. Meizhou University has 2 more campuses or faculties. They are Mejo Pre Chalern Praket is a center of bodies of knowledge on community agriculture. It aims to educate its students to be a new generation of Mejo Pre agriculturists who have their powerful ideology and visions for society. And Mejo Champorn at Lame District in Champorn Province has set its strategy to develop the local potentiality limitlessly by the integration of interdisciplinary fields of study. It aims to make use of tourism as an axis and organic agriculture as a base on health food, which includes plants, animals, and sea fisheries. Mejo University aims at educating its students to be qualified graduates so that they can be essential resource persons of the country and create Thai society sustainably. Live to learn and live to love. Mejo University. MJU, Smart Generation. Mejo University is heading towards the new century according to its 100-year master plan to develop an ecosystem of smart society for lifelong learning for all. It has 13 faculties and 3 colleges to educate 3 groups of new qualified graduates to the society as follows. The first group of the faculties educates their students to have a clear-cut, active, strong, and super smart personality and full of creative energy. The Faculty of Engineering and Agro-Industries aims to apply the bodies of knowledge in engineering with those in agriculture and industry to extend its engineering process. This links also to the after-harvest technology and agricultural transformation in food. Its ultimate goal is to raise the quality of agricultural products creatively, as well as have them have high value added. The Faculty of Agricultural Production, besides providing fundamental education on agriculture, emphasizes on the body of knowledge on smart agriculture and innovation extension to make things correspondingly with digital technology. This is to make changes to agriculturists be the persons in a new generation. The Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers. The majority of students choose to study in this group and choose to be ones of such persons because they are the brain of the country. The Faculty of Business Administration educates its students to be administrators and entrepreneurs in finance, managing, marketing, and accounting. If you want to study these in a single location, it must be this faculty. Only just study here and your life can change completely. The Faculty of Economics aims to educate its students to be analysts who can change the world through integration and application of bodies of knowledge in economics, politics, finance, and society to explain the changes all around us in all dimensions. The Faculty of Sciences aims to educate its students to be scientists and experimentalists who focus on finding answers for all questions logically with scientific logics. If you want to be one of those, just simply study in this faculty. The School of Administrative Studies aims to educate its students to be social workers and politicians who concentrate on finding the meanings and standing points to develop and administer a community integrally and effectively in both government and private sectors. The International College aims at educating international students, especially the new generation in Southeast Asia. The people in this region want to have a body of knowledge from interdisciplinary fields based on organic agricultural foundations. This is a way to increase their agricultural products to international standards. Finally, here comes the third group of faculties. It is a group of artists in Generation Z. The Faculty of Architecture and Environmental Design aims to educate its students to know both science and arts based on the foundations of architecture and environmental designs, both theoretically and practically. It aims also to make them able to construct their works carefully on the principles of landscape architecture in both their functions and beauty. The School of Tourism Development is specially designed to raise the tourism profession, promote foreign language skills, educated students to be entrepreneurs in tourism and services. It can make you be a service designer who has highly valuable tourism experience, and be a tourist attraction developer to support the international tourism industry. The Faculty of Liberal Arts transfers its bodies of knowledge via culture and communication to understand the society and the values of human beings. It emphasizes also on communication with communities. The Faculty of Information and Communication educates its students to be media creators in the digital world and also have other essential skills for this era in the areas of still picture production, animation, content creation, being a YouTuber, video editing, infographic designing, running a radio show, making a digital TV, shooting a documentary, and making a movie. The students can learn from their direct experience in both the front and behind the scenes. Meizhou University has two more campuses or faculties. They are Meizhou Pre Chalern Praket is a center of bodies of knowledge on community agriculture. It aims to educate its students to be a new generation of Meizhou Pre agriculturists who have their powerful ideology and visions for society. And Meizhou Champon at Lamay district in Champon province has set its strategy to develop the local potentiality limitlessly by the integration of interdisciplinary fields of study. It aims to make use of tourism as an axis and organic agriculture as a base on health food, which includes plants, animals, and sea fisheries. Meizhou University aims at educating its students to be qualified graduates so that they can be essential resource persons of the country and create Thai society sustainably. Live to learn and live to love. Meizhou University. MJU, Smart Generation. Meizhou University is heading towards the new century according to its 100th-year master plan to develop an ecosystem of smart society for lifelong learning for all. It has 13 faculties and 3 colleges to educate 3 groups of new qualified graduates to the society as follows. The first group of the faculties educates their students to have a clear-cut, active, strong, and super smart personality and full of creative energy. The Faculty of Engineering and Agro-Industries aims to apply the bodies of knowledge in engineering with those in agriculture and industry to extend its engineering process. This links also to the after-harvest technology and agricultural transformation in food. Its ultimate goal is to raise the quality of agricultural products creatively, as well as have them have high value added. The Faculty of Agricultural Production, besides providing fundamental education on agriculture, emphasizes on the body of knowledge on smart agriculture and innovation extension to make things correspondingly with digital technology. This is to make changes to agriculturists be the persons in a new generation. The Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers.
Recording in progress.
Major University is heading towards the new century according to its 100-year master plan to develop an ecosystem of smart society for lifelong learning for all. It has 13 faculties and 3 colleges to educate 3 groups of new qualified graduates to the society as follows. The first group of the faculties educates their students to have a clear-cut, active, strong, and super smart personality and full of creative energy. The Faculty of Engineering and Agro-Industries aims to apply the bodies of knowledge in engineering with those in agriculture and industry to extend its engineering process. This links also to the after-harvest technology and agricultural transformation and food. Its ultimate goal is to raise the quality of agricultural products creatively, as well as have them have high value added. The Faculty of Agricultural Production, besides providing fundamental education on agriculture, emphasizes on the body of knowledge on smart agriculture and innovation extension to make things correspondingly with digital technology. This is to make changes to agriculturists be the persons in a new generation. The Faculty of Fisheries Technology and Aquatic Resources is one of the best bodies of knowledge resources on fisheries in the country. It focuses on educating the students to be fishermen who have consciousness on the importance of the environment and a complete local food chain ecosystem wisely. The latter is a good source of protein from aquatic animals and effective to help developing highland regions successfully. The School of Renewable Energy aims at sustainable development by new alternative energy technologies to make all living things balanced. It also emphasizes changing energy to have value added along the production chains in industry, agriculture, and living in an ecosystem creatively for the future world of the digital age. The Faculty of Animal Sciences and Technology teaches you how to take good care of animals and specializes in the development of livestock production as well as learning about modern technologies. Its unique focus is on the environment that facilitates the raising of different kinds of animals. Now comes the second group of the faculties. They educate their students to be typical thinkers, analysts, and managers. The majority of students choose to study in this group and choose to be ones of such persons because they are the brain of the country. The Faculty of Business Administration educates its students to be administrators and entrepreneurs in finance, managing, marketing, and accounting. If you want to study these in a single location, it must be this faculty. Only just study here and your life can change completely. The Faculty of Economics aims to educate its students to be analysts who can change the world through integration and application of bodies of knowledge in economics, politics, finance, and society to explain the changes all around us in all dimensions. The Faculty of Sciences aims to educate its students to be scientists and experimentalists who focus on finding answers for all questions logically with scientific logic. If you want to be one of those, just simply study in this faculty. The School of Administrative Studies aims to educate its students to be social workers and politicians who concentrate on finding the meanings and standing points to develop and administer a community integrally and effectively in both government and private sectors. The International College aims at educating international students, especially the new generation in Southeast Asia. The people in this region want to have a body of knowledge from interdisciplinary fields based on organic agricultural foundations. This is a way to increase their agricultural products to international standards. Finally, here comes the third group of faculties. It is a group of artists in Generation Z. The Faculty of Architecture and Environmental Design aims to educate its students to know both science and arts based on the foundations of architecture and environmental designs, both theoretically and practically. It aims also to make them able to construct their works carefully on the principles of landscape architecture in both their functions and beauty. The School of Tourism Development is specially designed to raise the tourism profession, promote foreign language skills, educate its students to be entrepreneurs in tourism and services. It can make you be a service designer who has highly valuable tourism experience, and be a tourist attraction developer to support the international tourism industry. The Faculty of Liberal Arts transfers its bodies of knowledge via culture and communication to understand the society and the values of human beings. It emphasizes also on communication with communities. The Faculty of Information and Communication educates its students to be media creators in the digital world and also have other essential skills for this era in the areas of still picture production, animation, content creation, being a YouTuber, video editing, infographic designing, running a radio show, making a digital TV, shooting a documentary, and making a movie. The students can learn from their direct experience in both the front and behind the scenes. Mejo University has two more campuses or faculties. They are Mejo Pre Chalern Praket is a center of bodies of knowledge on community agriculture. It aims to educate its students to be a new generation of Mejo Pre agriculturists who have their powerful ideology and visions for society. And Mejo Champon at Lame District in Champon Province has set its strategy to develop the local potentiality limitlessly by the integration of interdisciplinary fields of study. It aims to make use of tourism as an axis and organic agriculture as a base on health food, which includes plants, animals, and sea fisheries. Mejo University aims at educating its students to be qualified graduates so that they can be essential resource persons of the country and create Thai society sustainably. Live to learn and live to love. Mejo University. MJU, Smart Generation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 23rd AAACU Biennial Conference and General Assembly and the 50th AAACU Founding Anniversary International Conference on Revolutionizing Agricultural Innovations Towards Social Sustainability and International Forum on Agricultural Innovation, Sustainability, Entrepreneurship, and Networking.
Okay, first of all, let us introduce ourselves first. My name is Piyapat Chaichompu.
My name is Chudapak Chaichompu, and we are from Metro University, Faculty of Liberal Arts.
Okay, and concerning founding members, the signatories to the adoption of the Constitution of AAACU represented the 17th Asian institutions of higher learning in agriculture from 9 countries, which are Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, Republic of China, Malaysia, Korea, South Vietnam, Turkey, and Iran.
And concerning the objectives of AAACU, the Asian Association of Agricultural Colleges and Universities, or AAACU, aims to help enhance the effectiveness of programs in agricultural instruction, research, and extension. Moreover, AAACU formulates of promulgate plans, programs that help members' institutions to achieve common goals. Also, it determines ways and means by which member institutions may be able to build strong linkages with others. Last but not least, it aims to exchange experiences among the members to contribute more effectively to the advancement of human welfare in Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my honor to introduce you to the executives of Metro University who are here with us today. First, Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, the President of Metro University. Next, the Vice President of Metro University, Associate Professor Dr. Yanin Opat Pathanakit. Assistant Professor Dr. Nathawut Dusadi. Assistant Professor Pawin Manochai. And also the President of Metro Alumni Association, Dr. Somchai Kyeodang. And there are also the deans from several faculties of Metro University too.
Please give a big hand to our deans. Thank you very much, everybody. And right now, I would like to introduce everybody to AAACU Board and Secretariat. Again, please, I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma. He is former president of AAACU. He's done a lot of things while he was the president. And also, I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Satoru Tsuchikawa from Nagoya University. He's the Dean of Graduate Student of Bioagricultural Science. Welcome. And next, I would like to introduce Dr. Budi Gantoro from University of Gajah Mada. He's the Dean of Faculty of Animal Science. And then Professor Dr. Azura Binti Adam from University Uttara, Malaysia. She's the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture. And then please welcome Dr. Edgardo E. Tulin from Visayas State University, and he's the university president. And then please give a big hand to Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio from Simeo Siega, and he's the director. Then Dr. Filma C. Kalolo from AAACU. At the back, okay. Beautiful lady over there. And then next, Juanita M. Larazi. Over there too. Oh, we have many beautiful ladies over there. And then Melinda M. Felizmino, please. Please welcome. And the last, Dr. Jose Camacho Jr., and he's the Chancellor of AAACU. Very warm welcome, everybody, to our international conference.
Okay, and also Dr. Apisit, the secretary, too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to present you the video about AACU and what Associate Professor Dr. Virapun Thongma has done during the period of being the president of AACU. So please enjoy the video together.
Silang ka sa mundong ito, laking tuwa ng magulang mo, at ang kamay nila ang iyong ilaw. At ang nanay at tatay mo'y di malaman ang gagawin, namasdan pati pagtulog mo. Matigas ang iyong ulo at ang payo nila'y sinuwan mo. Di mo man lang inisip na ang kanilang ginagaway para sa'yo. Kat ang nais mo'y masunod ang layaw mo, di mo sila pinapansin. Nagdaan pa ang mga araw at ang landas mo'y naligaw. Ikaw ay nalulong sa masamang bisyo. At ang una mong nilapitan ang iyong inang lumuluha. At ang tanong, anak, ba't ka nagkaganyan? At ang iyong mga matay biglang lumuha nang di mo napapansin. Magsisisiyag sa isip mo, alaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Magsisisiyag sa isip mo, nalaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Magsisisiyag sa isip mo, nalaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Isilang ka sa mundong ito, laking tuwa ng magulang mo, kamay nila ang iyong ilaw. At ang nanay at tatay mo'y di malaman ang gagawin, namasdan pati pagtulog mo. Sa gabi napupuyat ang iyong nanay sa pagtimpla ng gatas mo. Sa umaga na may kalong ka ng iyong amang tuwang-tuwa sa'yo. Ngayon nga ay malaki ka na, nais mo'y maging malaya, di man sila payag, walang magagawa. Ikaw nga ay biglang nagbago, naging matigas ang iyong ulo, at ang payo nila'y sinuwan mo. Di mo man lang inisip na ang kanilang ginagawa'y para sa'yo. Kat ang nais mo'y masunod ang layaw mo, di mo sila pinapansin. Nagdaan pa ang mga araw at ang landas mo'y naligaw, ikaw ay nalulong sa masamang bisyo. At ang una mong nilapitan ang iyong inang lumuluha, at ang tanong, anak, ba't ka nagkaganyan? At ang iyong mga matay biglang lumuha nang di mo napapansin. Pagsisisiyag sa isip mo, nalaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Pagsisisiyag sa isip mo, nalaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Pagsisisiyag sa isip mo, nalaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Isilang ka sa mundong ito, laking tuwa ng magulang mo, at ang kamay nila ang iyong ilaw. At ang nanay at tatay mo'y di malaman ang gagawin, namasdan pati pagtulog mo. ang iyong ulo at ang payo nila'y sinuwan mo. Di mo man lang inisip na ang kanilang ginagawa'y para sa'yo. Kat ang nais mo'y masunod ang layaw mo, di mo sila pinapansin. Nagdaan pa ang mga araw at ang landas mo'y naligaw. Ikaw ay nalulong sa masamang bisyo. At ang una mong nilapitan ang iyong inang lumuluha. At ang tanong, anak, ba't ka nagkaganyan? At ang iyong mga matay biglang lumuha nang di mo napapansin. Magsisisiyap sa isip mo, alaman mo, ika'y nagkamali. Magsisisiyap sa isip mo, alaman mo, ika'y nagkamali.
Please give a big hand to the video, and you can see that he has been running a lot of activities while he was the president of AAACU. And thank you very much for beautiful songs. I hope everyone enjoyed. And for next step,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now high time. I would like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Virapun Thongma, the President of Metro University, to deliver the welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Good morning. The AAACU President, the Director of SIACA, my dear presidents, many presidents here, and the Chancellor, and of course with our Dean, the administrators, of course in Metro University, and with our friends from another countries. And just let you see that some of the beneficial from AAACU. Something that we try to do in our administration. Somehow we do for our association. Today is 23rd of Biennial for our AAACU meeting, and of course with 50 foundation of anniversary of our AAACU. So it means that 50 years, and we will move forward to another 50 years in the future. So make a big hand, big proud for AAACU. We hope for our next president, he will continue with our work in Nagoya, maybe 2003 or 2023 or 2024, that we will have activity together. We are welcome our friend that you come from your countries. Just some is alive on Saturday, some Sunday, like Dr. Camacho just last night, and our friend from South Korea just last night, like that. This is our life, that after COVID-19, we can come to see each other. This is the first conference that Metro tried to do for inside, not online. We're on site, not online. But we also have online with our staff in Metro University and with our friends in the world, because we merge not just AAACU, but we merge in our international forum. That for today, the topic for AAACU, we focus on revolutionizing for agricultural innovation towards the social sustainability. But also with our major university, we try to do for another international conference. We focusing on the agricultural innovation entrepreneur, and of course with networking. I think that we know our member, ladies and gentlemen, my friend, my dear friend. We work with our students. We work with our people. The important that we try to let our students become the good people, the good population when they out of our duty of our universities. So we try to let them have knowledge. The first is knowledge. Let them breathe. Let them remember. They have learned. They will have knowledge. But how is understand? They understand or not? This is another step that we'll try to let them understand with their life. So knowledge with experience, really important for us, for our students, for our people, the good people in the future. And another thing that I would like to put here, not just knowledge, not just experience, but the common sense. The common sense of the people, the young generation, this is very important for us. And good judgment. Good judgment with the situation. Right now, the COVID-19 come. We don't know when they will finish. Another will come. We don't know, like what they call like a monkey, monkey, or the animal fever, something like that. They come. So what happened with us? During past the COVID until now, we think that the virtual is the real situation of our life. Virtualizer is very important for our life. The attitude to hygiene is non-negotiation anymore. The hygienes of our behaviors and contactless with everything. We should watch our hand. We should take care of ourselves. We should protect ourselves and our friends like that. And virtual human as the new normal of our society. The social, we should have social, but without crowding. So please protect ourselves, protect our friends, that we stay together, because crowding is, we afraid that we will have something that affect with us. And care, I mean, take care is the new services. We should take care with each other. And the last but not least, values is the best currency, the values. I mean, values like a core values and values that we try to add some of our agricultural product, adding that we should have innovation in our agricultural process like that. I think that the AAACU and our member of AAACU, we try to have we call high performance management. Yesterday, we also meeting together with the president, with our board committee, that we will try to have some of our high performance management with our organization. And I think that our member university also think about the high performance management, including with the innovation and technology experts. In Thailand, we try to looking for our researchers, our staff, like we have the first for today afternoon, and tomorrow we will have oral presentation. Yesterday we already have poster presentation and competition with some of innovation that we have for agricultural product. We call BCG or SDG product that we would like to have with our not just only research and academic, but we should work with the private sector. So we also invite some of private sectors, our friends, our alumni to join with each other. We would like them to know we know each other, and we can go to another step to work together, become partner, and somehow that we will have linkage for our collaboration, make more collaboration in the future. That's I told for all of you is alliance. BCG product or SDG product alliance, not just only domestic, not just only in Thailand, not just only in the Philippines, not just only in Indonesia or South Korea or in Malaysia or in Japan, but with our friends for AACU member. We hope that this is we try to do for AACU in the future to make more stronger and stronger relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, we should challenge the process. Challenge the process of what? Many disruption with us, with our society, like you just heard from Sri Lanka today or 3 days ago, economic collapse in Sri Lanka, really sad. How about in our countries? Why Sri Lanka they have economic collapse? Because agriculture. We hope that in the Philippines, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Japan, in South Korea, of course in Thailand, because we have resources. We plenty of our agricultural product here. We can survive without gasoline. We hope that we can survive. We invite our Minister of Energy to come. For today, he could not come because he had urgent meeting with the gasoline situation in Thailand. Up and up. So how the local people can survive? This is one more thing that I just let you understand, that we should challenge with the process. The second one, inspire a shared vision. Not just only dream, but the vision that we should to do, to work, to try to touch our purpose. This is the vision, a shared vision with our friend, I share vision with our staff, and I share vision with our AAACU members. The third one, enabling others to act. You know, the president, the director, the dean, we just talk. We just let someone to do it. Like we have conference here. I have many staff to help me to do. How we encourage them to work with us with heart. So the AAACU member, the board committee for the next, we try to encourage the heart of our member to work together, become one. This is one that we try to do for the future. And the last but not least, modeling the way. Do it first. Learn it first. Work it first. They will follow us. Modeling the way. This is very important for our organization in the future. So I come up with our MAEJO. MAEJO, MEJO. We try to let our students to understand, our staff, our administrators to understand that we work with mindfulness, aspiration, excellence, justice, and origin. We cannot far away from our local wisdom. If you would like to have innovation, we put innovation up with our local wisdom. Appropriate technology is very important for us. How the local people, how the community can work with us. How adjust how of technology, very high, very, smart, but how we let the old generation can do it. This is for our life that we try to do. And I will put here for the W is mean wisdom, right? I is mean innovation, our wisdom, and N, network. Network, not just only network, but we try to do for our partnership, not competitor, but partner. In Thailand, we moved from, and last time we under the Ministry of Education, but 3 years ago, our higher education, we moved over to another ministry. We call Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Innovation, and Technology, something like that. Very long word. We merge with science. We merge with the research agency, research fund, research organization, or science together with the higher education. And we try to, integrate to do with each other. I think AAACU will harmonize this in the future because we come with different members. So we will win. W, I, and S. Serving society and serving society. Is we win with what? Win with COVID-19. And we will love. We will love each other. LOVE. L stands for leader or leadership. We will become leader of our life. We will become leader of our family, with our society, with our community, and with our organization. He's a leader. very important, like an opinion leader. No need administrator anymore, but leader. The second one, opportunity. We have opportunities, you know, the opportunity for what? Like today, we come to see with each other here. We have opportunity to see each other. We have opportunity to learn from the lecturer or the speaker. We can learn with each other here. This is the opportunity that we try to open our mind to join with each other. We, that I already mentioned, values, core values, and value, like a value added of our life, uplift standard of life of our local people is very important, and ethics. We will do our best. We will promise that we can do, but we do more than we are promised. We promise that we can do, but we do more than we are promised. Coming together is beginning. Keeping together is progress, and working together is success. Thank you very much. Open for our international. Please.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Veerapon Thoma, the President of Metro University, for your meaningful speech. And next, I would like to inform you the brief schedule for today's conference. After this, we will take a photo group together on the 17th floor, and then we will have a short coffee break. And after that, we will come back to join the plenary presentations by our keynote speakers, Mr. Pan Phomsak Aruni, Dr. Pan At Chairat, Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr., Dr. Glenn, Mr. Pierre Fairhong. And after that, we will have lunch break, and we will come back at 1 o'clock, 1:30 to have a roundtable discussion. And after that, we will have knowledge sharing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so right now I would like you to go to the 17th floor. Actually, the elevators are very small, and maybe we take time to go up there. So maybe we can have coffee break later. So we go up to 17th floor first, and then we come back to have a coffee break at the back of the room. And we will be back here by 10:30 to have the next session. Thank you very much. And a quick announcement for those who would like to join our field trip on the 8th of July. Please kindly return the form at the registration point. Thank you. So right now, if you are ready, you can take the elevators to the 17th floor. Up there, the scenery is so stunning. So we will take photo together up there.ฝ่ายเทคนิครบกวนเอาสไลด์ขึ้นได้ไหมคะเอาจอขึ้นให้นิดนึงค่ะขอบคุณค่ะรบกวนดึงสไลด์ขึ้นให้หน่อยนะคะพ อดีจะถ่ายรูปข้างหน้านะคะ Yes. Yeah, I just told the technician. Yes. ขอเจ้าหน้าที่ย้ายโพเดียมให้ด้วยนะคะ ขอรบกวนเจ้าหน้าที่โรงแรมย้ายโพเดียมบนเวทีให้ด้วยนะคะ Okay, please wait for a moment. We will move the podium on the stage. Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ
A relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Major University and the history of the university. The main buildings are Alana's Guide House filled with antique agricultural tools, Alana's Guide Granary, a multifunctional hall, a water wheel. The area features a 1985 Rambler car which belonged to Professor Dr. Vipat Bunsiwansai. Along with this, there are a model of Major residence back in 1937, Massey Harris tractor, a threshing machine for rice and soybean, the statue of Professor Dr. Vipat Bunsiwansai, Kuang Bunsi, Center of Thai Agriculture. The area was used as a residence of former headmasters, directors, and presidents of Major University. The area is approximately 5 rides or about 2 acres, which holds exhibitions both inside and outside the building. The exhibitions display a residence of former headmasters, directors, and presidents of Major University. The highlights are items of the former headmaster, Amat Ho Prachwang Kaset Sinlapakan, and the former director and president, Professor Dr. Wipad Bunsi Wansai. The place also exhibits a relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Major University and the history of the university. The main buildings are Alana-style house filled with antique agricultural tools, Alana-style granary, a multifunctional hall, a water wheel. The area features a 1985 Rambler car which belonged to Professor Dr. Wipad Bunsi Wansai. Along with this, there are a model of Major residence back in 1937, Massey Harris tractor, a threshing machine for rice and soybean, the statue of Professor Dr. Wipad Bunsi Wansai, Kuang Bunsi, a space for general activities. The museum is open on weekdays from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The first floor of President's Residence features a relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Major University. The area was used to welcome Her Royal Highness Somdet Phra Sri Nakarintara Baromaraja Chonnani, the mother of His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej, or King Rama IX, on many occasions. Today, this space displays Major University's works under royal initiation and support. There is a collection of historical photographs about Major University, such as pictures of the King's first visit to the university and the pictures of his visit in 1961. Adding to this, there are a number of photographs that tell a story about the university. This is in particular to those of our students and staff who received royal grace from the royal family, and when they served the royal family on several occasions, especially in relation to agriculture. This area presents important items related to the royal family. Particularly, it is our highest honor to exhibit a piece of the Manila robe. In this area, there are various royal trophies and awards our university received, which we have earned for several years until now. Major University's Thai Agricultural Museum. The first floor of President's Residence features a relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Major University. The area was used to welcome Her Royal Highness สมเด็จพระศรีนครินทราบรมราชชนนี the mother of His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej or King Rama IX on many occasions. Today, this space displays Major University's works under royal initiation and support. There is a collection of historical photographs about Major University, such as pictures of the King's first visit to the university and the pictures of his visit in 1961. Adding to this, there are a number of photographs that tell a story about the university. This is in particular to those of our students and staff who received royal grace from the royal family, and when they served the royal family on several occasions, especially in relation to agriculture. The area exhibits developments of Major University from the past to present and its role in Thai agriculture. Major University is the oldest agricultural institution in the country, established in 1934. The institution was originally founded as the Northern Agricultural Teachers Training School, before having been restructured and renamed several times. In 1956, it was renamed as Chiang Mai College of Agriculture. After that, in 1975, the name was changed into Major Institute of Agricultural Technology. It was when we started to offer undergraduate degrees. In 1996, the institution became known as Major University during the change of agriculture in Thailand. Inside the building, there is an exhibition of honorable persons, headmasters, directors, and presidents of Major University. The first person is Amatho Prashwa Ksek Silpakan, who was considered the father of agricultural education of our institution. He was the first headmaster of the institution and one of our greatest founders. Then there is a story of our first director Director and President, Professor Dr. Vipad Wansai, who contributed greatly to our change into Meadow Institute of Agricultural Technology. The exhibition presents all the works of our former headmasters, directors, and presidents, and those who involved in development of the university. An institution that plays a crucial role in Thai agriculture. The first floor of President's Residence features a relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Meadow University. The area was used to welcome Her Royal Highness สมเด็จพระศรีนครินทราบรมราชชนนี the mother of His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej or King Rama IX on many occasions. Today, this space displays Meadow University's works under royal initiation and support. There is a collection of historical photographs about Meadow University, such as pictures of the King's first visit to the university and the pictures of his visit in 1961. Adding to this, there are a number of photographs that tell a story about the university. This is in particular to those of our students and staff who received royal grace from the royal family, and when they served the royal family on several occasions, especially in relation to agriculture. This era presents important items related to the royal family. Particularly, it is our highest honor to exhibit a piece of the Manila robe. In this area, there are various royal trophies and awards our university received, which we have earned for several years until now. Meadow University's Thai Agricultural Museum. The area exhibits developments of Meadow University from the past to present and its role in Thai agriculture. Meadow University is the oldest agricultural institution in the country, established in 1934. The institution was originally founded as the Northern Agricultural Teachers Training School before having been restructured restructured and renamed several times. In 1956, it was renamed as Chiang Mai College of Agriculture. After that, in 1975, the
ครับ
name
สวัสดีครับ ผมพันธุ์ศักดิ์นะครับ
Meadow
ได้ยินไหมครับ
Institute of Agriculture Technology. It was when we started to offer undergraduate degrees. In 1996, the institution became known as Meadow University during the change of agriculture in Thailand. Inside the building, there is an exhibition of honorable persons, headmasters, directors, and presidents of Meadow University. The first person is Amato Prachwakaset who was considered the father of agricultural education of our institution. He was the first headmaster of the institution and one of our greatest founders. Then there is a story of our first director and president, Professor Dr. Vipa Dunsi Wangsai, who contributed greatly to our change into Meadow Institute of Agricultural Technology. The exhibition presents all the works of our former headmasters, directors, and presidents, and those who involved in development of the university. An institution that plays a crucial role in Thai agriculture. The first floor of President's residence features a Karintara Baromaraja Chonani, the mother of His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej, or King Rama IX, on many occasions. Today, this space displays Meadow University's works under royal initiation and support. There is a collection of historical photographs about Meadow University, such as pictures of the king's first visit to the university and the pictures of his visit in 1961. Adding to this, there are a number of photographs that tell a story about the university. This is in particular to those of our students and staff who received royal grace from the royal family, and when they served the royal family on several occasions, especially in relation to agriculture. This era presents important items related to the royal family. Particularly, it is our highest honor to exhibit a piece of the Manila robe. In this area, there are various royal trophies and awards our university received, which we have earned for several years until now. Amato Chinapagan is considered the father of agricultural education of our institution. And he was one of the three musketeers in Thai agriculture. He was a pioneer in developing the university and agricultural education. The room presents his costumes and items used in daily life, such as a service cap, olive green flannel hat, royal patterned shirt, suit jackets, and trousers. There are also his personal and official documents, such as copies of his appointment letter for work-related positions, master's degree certificate from Wisconsin University, personal diaries, and passports. Here, there are his personal items of glasses, magnifiers, traditional Thai musical instruments, Western-style violin, cigarette case, wooden box for passport, antique ruler, and more. Madjo University's Thai Agricultural Museum. The first floor of President's Residence features a relationship between the monarchies of Thailand and Madjo University. The area was used to welcome Her Royal Highness สมเด็จพระศรีนครินทราบรมราชชนนี the mother of His Majesty King Bhumibol Adulyadej or King Rama IX on many occasions. Today, this space displays Madjo University's works under royal initiation and support. There is a collection of historical photographs about Madjo University, such as pictures of the king's first visit to the university and the pictures of his visit in 1961. Adding to this, there are a number of photographs that tell a story about the university. This is in particular to those of our students and staff who received royal grace from the royal family, and when they served the royal family on several occasions, especially in relation to agriculture. This area presents important items related to the royal family. Particularly, it is our highest honor to exhibit a piece of the Manila robe. In this area, there are various royal trophies and awards our university received, which we have earned for several years until now. Madjo University's Thai Agricultural Museum. from the past to present, and its role in Thai agriculture. Maddo University is the oldest agricultural institution in the country, established in 1934. The institution was originally founded as the Northern Agricultural Teachers Training School, before having been restructured and renamed several times. In 1956, it was renamed as Chiang Mai College of Agriculture. After that, in 1975, the name was changed into Maddo Institute of Agricultural Technology. It was when we started to offer undergraduate degrees. In 1996, the institution became known as Maddo University during the change of agriculture in Thailand. Inside the building, there is an exhibition of honorable persons, headmasters, directors, and presidents of Maddo University. The first person is Amato Prachwakaset who was considered the father of agricultural education of our institution. He was the first headmaster of the institution and one of our greatest founders. Then there is a story of our first director and president, Professor Dr. Vipad Unsiwangsai, who contributed greatly to our change into Maddo Institute of Agricultural Technology. The exhibition presents all the works of our former headmasters, directors, and presidents, and those who involved in development of the university, an institution that plays a crucial role in Thai agriculture. is considered the father of agricultural education of our institution. And he was one of the three musketeers in Thai agriculture. He was a pioneer in developing the university and agricultural education. The room presents his costumes and items used in daily life, such as a service cap, olive green flannel hat, royal pattern shirt, suit jackets, and trousers. There are also his personal and official documents, such as copies of his appointment letter for work-related positions, master's degree certificate from Wisconsin University, personal diaries, and passports. Here, there are his personal items of glasses, magnifiers, traditional Thai musical instruments, Western-style violin, cigarette case, wooden box for passport, antique ruler, and more. Maddo University's Thai Agricultural Museum.
คืออะไรเริ่มได้เลย
Welcome everybody to the session, and right now we are ready to have the plenary speaking session.
Let me introduce you to our first keynote speaker, Mr. Panpermsak Aruni. He is Senior HRD Specialist and the Director of Agile Strategic Management, Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation, which is one of Thailand's leading ministries full of opportunities with wisdom and laying the foundation for the future, and can drive the economy and society to wealth and stability for the benefit of the nation and Thai people with sustainability. He has completed his graduation in BBA honors in finance and banking in 1994 from Assumption University, and also LLB honors education from Thammasat University. He earned his master's in MBA business administration from Assumption University, and also LLM in public law from Chulalongkorn University. And right now he is ready to share with us from online platform. Please welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Let me share my slide. Just a moment, please. Okay, good morning again. I'm Panpermsak Aruni. I'm a representative of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. And today, I would like to share a MESI policy initiative to enhance Thai economic development and competitiveness. I will share about the policy and strategic framework for the next 5 years, and also our key program that we call the Reinventing University to support the policy and strategic framework. As you know, the MESI is a new ministry. We established in 3 years ago. We set up by merging Office of Higher Education and Ministry of Science and Innovation. So we are the newest and the youngest ministry in Thailand. We have set up the policy and strategy framework for higher education, science, research and innovation 2023 to 2027 in order to enhance economic development and competitiveness. We have four strategies to accomplish our goal to enhance the economic development and competitiveness. The first strategy is to improve Thai economic competitiveness through a value-driven economy and a creative economy. And for the second strategy, we try to enhance sustainable development in society and environment to accommodate challenge and global dynamics. And the third strategy, we try to improve science development, research and technology, and cutting-edge innovation to create new opportunity and readiness for the future. And the fourth one is a very important strategy for the higher education in Thailand. We will develop manpower, higher education institution and research institute to sustain propel country economy and society by leaps and bounds. And in order to achieve that fourth strategy, we have defined six high priority of policy and strategic frameworks. The first one, the Thailand will be a high value medical and health center using value chain development. The second one, Thailand is leading country in value-added agriculture commodity process agricultural product and healthy foods rank in the global top 10 based on economic value. The third one, Thailand is a tourism destination based on the creative economy concept, focus on value and sustainable and adding value and economy and income distribution. Fourth one, Thailand can develop advanced technology, futuristic innovation and space technology for upgrading existing industry, business and service, as well as developing new industry business. The fifth one, the elderly of Thailand will have full potential and opportunity in self-reliance and can add value to the aging society. And the last one, Thailand can develop high caliber manpower and be Asian hub of talent by transforming lifelong learning system to achieve future development in line with new philosophy of Thai higher education. So this is the 6 high priority policy that MESI and the higher institution and also the research institution will try to do our best to enhance our economic competitiveness. And the key mechanism that we use to achieve the MESI policy and strategic framework we call is reinventing university approach. For this approach, we use the Thai university, which we currently have about 160 Thai university, to be the engine to be the engine of growth for the country. The reinventing university approach aims to promote the university consortium and collaboration to continuously increase learning mechanism, both directly and indirectly, to provide non-aid education through degree and non-degree program for the purpose of reskill and upskill, and to adjust curricula to accommodate entrepreneurial culture. Higher education institution will play a major role in producing and developing high quality manpower. And for the reinventing university approach, we have classified Thai university into 5 clusters of 5 groups. The first one is the global frontier research. The second one is the technology and innovation encouragement. The third one is the area-based and community. The fourth one is moral and intellectual cultivation. And the fifth one is the development of professional and specialists. For the global and frontier research, we try to enhance skill and capacity to meet existing market demand, as well as construct a high quality knowledge and innovation in line with country direction. For this group, we have the university like Chulalongkorn University or Mahidol University. And for the technology, innovation, and encouragement, for this group, the university try to develop employability skill to respond to the labor market and building technology and innovation according to the country focus group. Major University is one of the leading university in the technology and innovation group. And for the third one is the area-based and community. In this group, the university will develop high-skilled personnel to serve the need of the community and improving community with knowledge and innovation. Almost of the Thai university is about 70% of Thai university belong to the area-based university community. And the fourth one, moral and intellectual cultivation. We try to integrate religious principle, good moral and ethic into academic curriculum to accommodate the change in society. In this group, we have only 2 religious university. Is a university for the monk in this group, and for the last one, the development of professional and specialists. For this group, the university try to develop personnel to have skill, knowledge, and become professional that align with the market demand, such as the cyber security or the AI or the marine science. This is quite unique. We have about a small number of universities in this group. And for the reinventing university, we have 5 platforms to encourage and promote the university. All universities in the 5 group have to comply with the platform, with the 5 platform. It will emphasize differently. For example, for the first group, for the global and frontier research, they will emphasize on the manpower and brain power. For the area base, they will emphasize on the engagement. But all the university have to align with the 5 platforms. The first platform is the manpower. In this platform, we try to encourage and promote university to improve educational technology and learning environment for the quality education. And we try to do the course development and develop learning methods such as active learning and other. For the brain power platform, we try to promote the university to set up the program for the upskill and reskill for lecture and professional to align with the 21st century skill. And also, we try to ask them to hire a full-time adjunct visiting professor and research from the foreign country, especially from the top university to join with Thai university. And we promote the postdoctoral fellow and scholarship. For the global perspective, we try to build a strategy partner with top university across the global and provide scholarship to in this country, especially the Asian, to draw the student to conduct a research in Thailand. And we also host the global academic conference to attract the world-class researcher. And for the research and innovation platform, we try to improve intellectual property management system for effective research utilization and develop research institution to be international level, like a joint research with the world-class researcher, or do the collaboration with the top university, with the world-class university, and manage the intra-university research group. For the engagement platform, we try to promote the network with the agency and private sector in line with the strategic group. And we try to promote university consortium to achieve the academic excellence of manpower. Here is the case study of the global and frontier research and technology innovation university group promotion. In order to promote and support our university, we have used the world-class database called the Country Insight Dashboard to analyze the strength and weakness of the Thai university, and we try to promote them through the 5 reinventing platform that I mentioned earlier. From the analysis from the Country Insight Dashboard, we have found that if we use the 5 pillars of the world-class university ranking, for the teaching, the Thai university are quite below the world, and the Asian median. For the research, we found that the Thai institution position is quite below the world and Asian median too. For the citation, the average, we found that our average is below the world and Asian median too. However, for the industry income, we found that Thai university is positioned above the world and the Asian median. For the international outlook, we found that our institution position below the world, but above the Asia median. So from this analysis, we try to set up the program that promote university through our limiting platform. If we look at the 13 metric that the time higher education and also the QSUs is reflect the same thing as the 5 pillar. Thai institution income and industry are higher than worldwide median. However, the other metric, right, teaching reputation survey, staff to student ratio, doctorate to bachelor ratio, research reputation survey, research income, research productivity, citation, proportion for the international student, proportion for the international staff, and international collaboration are lower than the world median. So from this, we try to set up the action plan to support our Thai university, especially for the global university and the innovation university, to increase their citation, publication, international student, and also the reputation. And right now, as you know, everything, the action plan is put on the policy and strategy framework in the 20 and 23. So we have a big move for the reinventing university in next year. And for the area-based and community engagement university group, we try to empower the Thai area-based university to set the KPI and strategy plan against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal or the SDG goal. If you see the map, 35 Thai area-based university. This is a public university, not include the private university. 35 Thai area-based university have done a good job in the SDG. Allow Thailand. We have do the SDG education cover all the 17 KPI of the SDG through the learning, to the research, to the academic service, and to the administration process. So for the example, for the SDG, number 1 for the no poverty, we have the Lampang Ratchapat University in the northern area. They do the activities such as the scholarship and to support students and underprivileged group. We support the university affair community. And for the SDG number 2 for the zero hunger, we have the Ubon Ratchathani Ratchapat University in the northeastern area. They do the U2T program. U2T program is the University to Tambon program that we ask the university to use their knowledge and use their research to solve the problem of the community. This one is a big project of the Thailand. We have asked the university to be the system integrator to do to solve the problem of the community by using the knowledge and the research that university have. For the Ubon, they use the converting mushroom waste to fertilizer to help the community. And for the SDG number 3, good health and well-being, we have a Burapha University. They have the COVID-19 isolation model. We call the We Safe at Home, the application, and this application win the Asia Award from the Time Higher Education. This application help isolate the COVID patient from the hospital and use the online technique to help them to cure them and to support them. For the SDG 4, the quality education, we have Pibun Songkham Ratchapat University in the central area. They have a project on reading and writing development for the primary school and for the student. And for the SDG 5, for the gender equality, we have the University Phayao in the north area. They have the Child Development Center that promote welfare for staff for the different child care service. For the SDG 6 clean water, they do the community-based water management. They try to help the community from the problem of the water of the water, so that they use the knowledge, the academic service to help the community. For the SDG 7, the clean energy, we have the Chiang Mai Ratchapat University. They have a energy and renewable research housing project. For number 8, we have the Chiang Mai Ratchapat University again. They have the decent work and economic growth. They try to do a process, the due process for the employee to appeal on the employee right and pay. And for the SDG number 9, for the industry innovation, we have the Chiang Mai University. They have tried to improve their citation research to the 407 patent site learning center for the people with disability to gain access to study at the university. For SDG number 11, for the sustainable city and community, we have the Chiang Mai University. They have the CMU Chiang Mai Creative Lana. There is a center for knowledge collection and exchange and research about the local wisdom of this community in the Hang Dong district. And for the SDG 12, the Thammasat University, they have to show the responsible consumption and production. They try to use the simple method like collaborate with the pollution control department of Thailand on garbage sorting, single-use plastic, and waste reduction. And for the next SDG 13, the climate action, the Chiang Mai University, they have the Natural Disaster Management Research Institution. They prevent and provide early warning and monitor of the natural disaster risk. SDG 14 for the Burapha University in the east of Thailand. They do a research on the effect of prawn net on marine life in the water. And for the SDG 15, we have the University of Phayao. They have the Green University policy aimed at the environment conservation. And for the SDG number 16, we have a Thammasat University that work aligned with the peace and justice. They try to promote the elected representation on the university high governing body by composed of the representative from the several stakeholders, including faculty and university, as well as the students. And thank you for your attention. As you may know that we try to use our university as the engine of growth to support the economic development and competitiveness to the learning, to the research, and to the academic service. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panpumsak Aruni, for your insightful speech.
All right, so next we will move to the next speaker. Please welcome Dr. Panat Chairat. He is the Director of National Innovation Agency, or NIA. So let me tell you his brief biography. Dr. Panat Chairat is one of Thailand's leading minds who has shaped the fields of technology, foresight, industrial economics, and innovation policy, all while at the helm of Thailand's largest innovation agency, the National Innovation Agency, or NIA, where he is currently the Executive Director. Dr. Chairat engaged with various strategic projects in multi-areas, ranging from academia to national policy development. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have Dr. Panat here with us. Please give him a big hand to welcome him.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, President of major universities, the president and executive board member of AAACU. Am I pronounce it right? Yes. And vice presidents, deans, researchers, academias, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to share with you about how National Innovation Agencies, or NIA, develops concepts of innovation systems in specific area, so-called agriculture or agtech innovation. For me, it's quite a remarkable honor because my father, he graduated from this institution more than 60 years ago. So it's quite honor to share with you about how NIA and major universities and the rest of key stakeholders in National Innovation System of Thailand has been working for the past 5 or 6 years regarding to developing agricultural sectors through innovation development. So my topic today is about how we as a countries drive agricultural or agtech innovation. Let me talk about the fundamental metaphor of the agricultural sector in Thailand that has been embedded among Thai people for many years or maybe centuries, that the countries with abundant resource, a lot of raw material from agriculture, mainly rice, sugar, cassava, even rubber. That can be seen from the statistic. For example, rice, we are number 6 in the world. We used to be number 1 in the world. Now we export ranking number 3. For sugar, we produce sugar number 4 in the world, export number 2 in the world, and we have the 3rd largest sugarcane company in the world in Thailand. Cassava, we produce number 2 and export number 1 in the world. But for rubber, number 1 both producing and also exporting. I'm not sure which year, but you take a look from this specific perspective. We use our soil a lot, and we use a lot of our natural resources to produce and export raw material for many years. But at the same time, you will experience quite a few number of Thai large national conglomerate develop them from so-called raw material producer and exporter for the past 4 decades to be one or many leading conglomerate that's working in the area of agro-food around the world. That's quite good news. But at the same time, we have quite challenging issues in Thailand agricultural sector. We still have quite a few number of low labor efficiency, specifically in 3 specific dimensions. First one, our birth rate for the past 20 years, less than 1% birth rate of the population. I think around 0.4 or 0.7, even worse than Singapore. So it's not surprised that Thailand's already reaching silver economies or aging population. That's more than the standard around the world very fast. That leads us to the second dimension. We haven't got enough labor in the area of agriculture or farming. So we have our good neighboring laborers to help us. But in contradict with the 2 specific dimensions, our statistics still lead that agriculture is the most populated labor, which is very contradict. I'm not sure about that current statistics. If we have a proper census next time, it should change a lot, because a lot of families who used to be the farmers, the new and next generation, they will be the urbanists. They will live in the cities. They will no longer work as a farmer as we understand and as we imagine. So that's why we face with the so-called human resource, and also the second one, lack of diversities in innovation in the past, I would say. But I just already mentioned you about the roles of multinational and also large national company from Thailand that has been working with global value chains in agriculture for the past two decades. We have more and more big company working on agricultural innovation, and at the same time, we have some new and bright idea working through startup developments and also new high-tech SME, which is should make our innovation more diverse. Apart from the challenges and also so-called resource endowment in Thailand, I would say that we, as a country, we situated in a very strategic location that make us a thriving ecosystem for developments of agri-food innovation in the region for four specific reasons. The first one is on strategic location in Southeast Asia. We have very large populated countries, both China and India on the east and on the west. And if you take a look on the so-called the red, no, not this one. Can you move to before that? Yes, if you take a look on the red circle, this is the most populated area in the world, not in Latin America or not in China, but here. The center is in Myanmar and circulated around 500 kilometers. So this is the most populated area in the world. That's why not only strategic location for logistics, but also we have most populated population in this world. You can browse through Wikipedia or Google. And also the connectivities and infrastructure as well, from air to sea and to road, and also the supply chains for agriculture and food, and sophisticated market access. Why I would say that number 4, we can perceive it from Global Innovation Index or GII, which WIPO or World Intellectual Property Organization has been conducted every year. Our so-called business ecosystem ranked number 20 in the world. Economic diversity ranked number 18, and also the market sophistication we ranked number 18 as well in the world. So in that sense, our business very strong at this moment. Even a lot of Thai people feel that we lag behind in terms of GDP growth. But if you take a look on qualitative development from the big firms in various sectors, particularly from agro-food, we work very well. Next slide, please. That's why for agriculture innovation for NAA, we set our main missions 5 or 6 years ago that we need to create some so-called very agile platforms or central platform to connect, to coordinate, and to drive the developments of ecosystem into a specific way, boost up numbers of agtech startups, and at the same time, building up very strong agtech startup ecosystem from non-exist. I would say that 5 or 6 years ago, we couldn't imagine that we have agtech startup ecosystem. We only have big companies dominated the market, particularly domestic market, and also they do a lot of trading and also international export. But now things going to change. Next slide, please. Apart from direct developments of agtech innovation system, I already mentioned that we have a challenge regarding to human resource and also manpower in the areas of agriculture, which leads to the so-called numbers in Gini coefficient, which state for sustainable development and inequalities. We are not that good in that sense, meaning that Thailand need to be done something regarding to reducing inequalities. And agriculture is the area and sector that we need to attack inequality apart from urban poor. So in that sense, social innovation, the first one is AgTech startup or AgTech innovation. But the second one, social innovation, play a very crucial role regarding to reducing inequalities and empowering people in the village or even in the suburban areas so that they can building up better living standard and also reducing and solving so-called social problem which related to agriculture. That's why some of our social innovation area that we deducted from SDG or Sustainable Development Goals, they have around 17. We select that into 9. And a lot of these 9 sectors related to agriculture, for example, sustainable agriculture, disaster management, food related water, or even human-centric microfinance, which leads to the farmer families. That's why social innovation will play a so-called parallel path, closely working with the ecosystem that's trying to build up a stronger local economy through AgTech startups. Next slide, please. Slide ต่อไปครับ Okay. We have area-based focus as well. It's not only in Chiang Mai. We're not only working with major universities, but quite a few number of local universities and community. This has been working through the framework and concept so-called quadruple helix of innovation. That's comprised of work among universities, small and medium-sized companies, startups, and also social enterprises, local government, municipal, city, and also with the government, central government, and also civil society. So we have 10 social innovation driving unit working within the poorest province around the countries. But social innovation need to have that 4 specific key stakeholders to work with. And majority of them, they are working in the field and areas of agriculture and so-called village development. Next slide, please. Apart from 2 specific areas that I mentioned to you earlier, the first one, so-called AgTech ecosystem. The second one is on social innovation. But the third one is quite important, it's quite new, because we are considering area in the cities, area in the suburban area that have a concentrations of universities and company. Or maybe in the near future, they're going to have more company with high potential. We call this concept innovation district as part of city innovation. This map show our beloved cities, Chiang Mai. There are 2 specific innovation districts. One around here, we call Suan Dok Medical Innovation District. This is the work that we work with Chiang Mai University, mainly focus on developing health tech and medtech startup companies. While over there, that's the main campus of major universities. We work closely with major universities under the concept of MADE, or Major Agriculture Food Innovation Districts. This is the 2 innovation district outside Bangkok. That's we subscribe the idea of campus. That's mainly for MADE, because Major is not in the so-called in the core or downtown. Major is in Sunside City or Major City. So it can act as a concept of innovation campus, quite similar to some area in the state, like in Silicon Valley or even in University of Washington. And around here, along the canals and airport, we have, I think, the biggest science park in this region, situated at around the Sutep Hill. So we mainly focus on deep technology and engineering. So you can see that Chiang Mai has very high potential to be startup hub. We rank number 2 for the digital nomad. That Chiang Mai is the most preferable cities for digital nomad to work and to live. And also Chiang Mai has a quite high ranking cities for startup ecosystem as well. Next slide, please. Let's zoom in into Metro District. That's why the 4 key stakeholder frameworks that I mentioned to you earlier, quadruple helix, major universities, major municipal, civil society, company, not only startup, but also corporate working with major universities, can be a very good test bed and sandbox for AgTech startup, both deep technology and also service oriented. Next slide, please. Apart from that, we need to have to understand another key specific innovation. Now we are talking about data-driven innovation, or DDI. We use data, we use some insight to map and to understand the ecosystem developments and evolution. So we asked a group of major universities, professors, to study on AgTech ecosystem in Thailand. This is the first report that we have been working with universities, and major universities have already helped us a lot. You can download it because it's not purely Thai. We have two languages, Thai language and also English language report. That's talking about ecosystem development, particularly for AgTech startup in Thailand. So we map the whole ecosystem. ไม่ไปครับ เอาไปละ okay. Before mapping, we think that it should have so many startups, because we are so proud as agricultural industrial countries, because we have so many large and medium-sized companies that working in the area of agricultural supply chain. It's enough that we have only 53 eligible to be called as startups in these sectors, AgTech sectors. You see that majority of them working on farm management, 19 working on farm management, and also apart from farm management, there are around 7 in farm robotic, and also agribusiness marketplace or market platform. While deep technology like agricultural biotechnology, we have very few new so-called novel farming systems, post-harvest, even agri-biotechnology, have very few, 5 or 3. We still need more. Why? Because now we just follow the footsteps of the world megatrends. People concentrating their own AgTech startup investment into specific area. Smart farming, and also marketplace. But for some so-called high investment, high value, it lies on agricultural biotechnology, and there are so few all around the world. So this is just similar to the so-called the global trend. Let me give you some example from our survey. This is the companies that we can call them as a deep tech, AgTech startups company in the area of biotechnologies, working in AI platform for sperm quality measurements to increase the insemination rates of female livestock. We call this company High Perm Corporation. We probe their investment situation now. They are in the pre-seed stage. That they require a lot of attention from our investor in the near futures. The second one is in drone, is in so-called farm robotics, working in drone. It already received funding in a seed state. The third one, Energia, working in bioreactor technologies. That's already in a growth state. This is quite good news for them. This is already working in industrial scale, and it's come from research labs. This is a restaurant tech marketplace, Freshket. It's more than growth state. They receive almost, I think, maybe 150 million US dollars investment from one of our leading petroleum company, OR. They just invest a lot of money on the Freshket marketplace. That is another high potential to be unicorn in the area. Apart from that, we try to map the ecosystem of Thai AgTech. You can see that we include our eligible startup, 53 startups, the governmental agency that have a real supporting role for them, not only research development support, but also rules and regulation standard, and also some intellectual properties, or even market development, some supporting organization like some specific bank. I can give you some example that this is Agricultural and Cooperative Banks of Thailand. They just launched their own AgTech venture last year, and they started to invest with our so-called portfolio already. Bangkok banks were quite special banks, one of the oldest bank in Thailand. They mainly focus on biotechnology-oriented investment, partly working with agriculture too. And even telco, they have some like True Digital. They have worked closely with some another so-called agricultural university in Thailand, so-called Kasetsart universities, by grooming startup clubs over there. This is the corporate in the area of agro-food that's working with startup through both specific investment or exclusive investment, and other that they're trying to nurture and incubate the startup so that in the near future they can invest with them and work as angel investment. This is the VC arms, and the arm of some bank already have specific investment. Even they are all banks, but they act differently. And we have some universities and research organization. Yesterday, I just passed through the budget defense. One of a project that I defense yesterday, it's purely about AgTech startups. This is for industry for futures. So we try to do some consortium and major university of one of 3 universities. Thank you. Apart from that is Suranari Technological Universities and Kasetsart Universities. And the new partner is your neighboring university, University of Technology Ratchamongkol Lanna. What we are working with so-called AI AgTech Consortium. We ask university professors to groom our young mind and university students and accelerate them to be the co-founders of startups that working on AI in the area of AgTech. So this is another area that we try to understand from the study of major university, that we need to have more startup, but they need to be deep technologies. So this already 3 specific companies are That's already turned them from so-called just a team of university students to be a real AI company for the past 2 years. And we hope we're going to have 6 or 7 more this year. I would like to conclude my presentation is that this is not my strategy, but this is the recommended strategy from Major University group of researchers from our finding. There are 2 specific strategies for AgTech startups and ecosystem development. We need to increase number. So you can see from the projects that from the information that I just gave to you. The second one is on improving inequalities, so value creating. So there are 2 specific strategies that we are going to work for the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Dr. Panat Chairat is the Director of National Innovation Agency. So I would like to ask Dr. Pansak to stay on the stage first, and then please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Wirapun Thongma, the President of Major University, to present the token of appreciation to our speaker. Please give a big hand to him for such insightful speak today. Thank you very much. One more. Thank you very much, Dr. Panat Chairat from National Innovation Agency, or NIA.
Okay, next, I would like to introduce you to our third keynote speaker for today, Dr. Jose V. Camacho Jr. He is the 10th Chancellor of UPLB, and he was formerly the Dean of the Graduate School and the Professor of Economics at the College of Economics and Management. He finished in 2007, his Doctor of Economics with specialization in Economics of Education, Labor and Human Resource Economics at Kyoto University, Japan. And he also holds a Master's of Arts in Economics from Erasmus University International Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, Netherlands, and the Bachelor of Science in Economics from UPLB. And right now he is ready to share with us. So please welcome him.
If my PowerPoint presentation can be shared. Good morning to all of you, and I'm very pleased to join you in this AAACU conference and General Assembly. I'm quite nervous because most of the participants come from the Philippines, and and some of the materials that I'll be sharing here, some of them are already shared when we signed the partnership agreement. But what the 2 presenters had raised earlier are very much important because it gives us the opportunity to revise and to incorporate what has been surfaced during the first and the second plenary talks. We continue to utilize these ideas and perspective, and we're very fortunate that we joined this conference. So let me thank the AAACU board for organizing this session, led by Dr. Satoru Tsuchikawa and the president of Major University. Dr. Werapon Thongma for, again, making a great activities and sessions for AAACU and for the major university. Next slide, please. So first of all, yeah, next slide. Yeah, yes, yeah, I can. So again, my gratitude to AACU for inviting me today. And I'm very delighted to see familiar faces in the international academic circle, including those from the Philippines. Hello, mabuhay. And the new faces, especially as we embark on this renewed face-to-face knowledge sharing activities, such as in this new normal. We never imagined that we'll see again. We are again engaging with one another. 2 years ago, this was unimaginable. And seeing Dr. Werapon with all the dynamism and with all the energy that he has stored during the pandemic, I guess we are so much enlivened, and the things that he has said has inspired us. Now, the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Okay. So that it will be synchronized. Seems like here. Okay, so as we all know, my university, the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, is one of the 8 constituent universities of the University of the Philippines system. It is the national university, and it is the 84th top university in Asia in 2021, according to the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Unfortunately, though, in 2022, our university did not participate in this survey. And I understand some of the top universities are included in this university. And I'm very proud of this, especially those from Philippine universities. And ever since UPLB was established as in the last 113 years ago, agriculture and forestry has been at the core of its teaching, research, and public service, which we fulfill as anchored on our tradition and motto of honor and excellence. And we started as an agricultural college founded by the Americans in 1909. So that's where we evolved from, a 10th school in 1909. And in 1972, we have grown so exponentially into what we call a comprehensive university with a global caliber. We have trained notable thought leaders in agriculture, in forestry, in biotechnology, not only in the Philippines, but in the ASEAN, including the president of major university. And we have continued to expand our global engagement, not just in Asia, but also around the world. We have close to 130 partner universities and institutions in 31 countries across the 5 continents. So you can see our partner institutions globally. And with the worldwide adoption of the UN Sustainable Goals, or the SDG, UPLB has been aligning its research and extension milestone into helping achieve the SDGs of the United Nations that are consonant to the university's strength and resources. Among these are SDG number 2, or zero hunger. Number 4, or quality education. Number 7, or affordable and clean energy. Number 11, or sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action. Number 15, life on land, among others. We need to do this strategically because given our limited resources, we cannot cover all this SDG. In fact, it is these SDGs that has served as the steady anchor of UPLB's rebranded research and extension agenda, which we call the UPLB Agora. So this is the UPLB Agora, our rebranded research and extension agenda, accelerating growth through one research and extension in action. And in the Agora, so this is the Agora, which has 4 pillars: the food security and sovereignty, One Health, resilience and sustainability, and our thrust to contribute in establishing future communities and institutions. The point here is we aligned these 4 pillars with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, let's go into each of the 4 pillars of the Agora. The first one is on food security and sovereignty, which focuses on the principles of availability, accessibility, stability, and sustainability of food, which will guide us in the university in ensuring people's access to sufficient food, including nutritious food that are produced and traded through sustainable, just, and collaboratively defined agricultural systems. This is an important thrust and one of the important pillars of the Agora. We will raise the bar in fight against poverty, starting at our own home country through the interventions and platforms that seek to increase productivity of farmers and address issues within the agricultural supply chain. We want to contribute in enhancing the nation's control over its food systems. The new Philippine administration has focused its important performance indicator on the development of Philippine agriculture. And we wish to contribute on that important pillar through the Agora. The next one, the next pillar is on One Health. One Health, which we will seek to improve the physical, emotional, the social and mental wellness of our community through the Agora. And we will pursue endeavors that will ensure the health of our community, including human health, animal health, and plant health. We will implement research and public service programs that improve the nutritional status of communities and encourage the pursuit of healthy lifestyle. One of the important milestones that we have achieved in the university is the establishment of the zoonosis research program, which was very timely during this pandemic. Our plan is to elevate this as a national center for research on zoonotic diseases. The next one is on resilience and sustainability, which will focus our Agora, which will lead in and facilitate the enhancement of stakeholder capacities. And we are mindful of the environmental problems and of the challenges of climate change. And we have been leading in creating innovative and sustainable technologies that will contribute to the resilience and sustainability of our communities as we move forward to the future. The next pillar is anchored on the establishment of future communities and institutions. We have been mobilizing our people, our resources to promote a culturally vibrant, safe, and economically thriving society under this Agora pillar called Future Communities and Institutions. And we will do this by enhancing organizational capacities, promote good governance principles and practices, and urban agriculture innovations and startup, among others, as we help achieve an ideal community for the future. But how are we going to operationalize the Agora with the 4 pillars? We will operationalize the UPLB Agora under the leadership of the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension through what we call PRO-ACT. The PRO-ACT program stands for Participatory Response for Opportunities to Action. PRO-ACT will ensure that UPLB is able to respond to the needs of the stakeholders and partners through the nurturing and sustaining opportunities for collaboration. And here are some of the initiatives that we have done in the last months or so by employing the PRO-ACT. First, we have streamlined data harmonization towards an efficient and effective monitoring of researches. We have initiated the mapping and impact assessment of our extension programs, including the analytical capacity assessments of university, research and extension, human resources, and our physical assets. We employed the promotion of UPLB programs and products. The last one was last week when we made an exhibition along with other state universities and colleges in the Philippines, our technology products and knowledge outputs. We also embarked on quick response mechanism towards disaster resilience, the modernization of our laboratories, and digital transformation. We have prepared an audiovisual presentation about the UPLB Agora. I hope this is successful. All the things that I've said are actually summarized in this presentation. Okay. Maybe. Who controls the volume? Anyway, hi. You know, as this video is being played, I want to dance and to entertain you, just to put across the message of the Agora. Right now, we are in an Agora, marketplace of ideas, of perspectives about innovation, of doing research that will matter in our respective national life. Research and extension that will change lives and transform communities. And after watching the two presentations earlier, we wish to revise this Agora. We will continue to do so, and the things that we have discussed here in this AAACU conference will be an important input in making this Agora more dynamic, more life-changing, and relevant for our people and for our country. Our vision for the university is future-proofing the university, a future-proof UPLB. So let's watch these 4 pillars of the Agora.
The UPLB Agora is our unified research and extension agenda, where we envisioned UPLB as an agora or a marketplace of pioneering and demand-driven research and extension for development and innovation through systems thinking, solutions making, and future-proof paradigms. This agenda is a product of a series of consultations from stakeholders in the university. UPLB Agora will draw from our strength as the national university as we contribute to national transformation. It shall direct the path of research and extension as we address pressing challenges in food security, health, natural disasters, and governance. We have always been at the forefront of changing lives and helping people be a better version of themselves. And we will continue to do so under the UPLB Agora.
At the center of UPLB Agora lies our research and extension priorities captured by 4 focus areas. UPLB shall ensure people's access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that is produced and traded through sustainable, just, and collaboratively defined agricultural systems. Anchored on the pillars of disease prevention and mitigation, environmental hazard protection and conservation, and resilience of ecosystems, UPLB will continue to seek to improve the physical, emotional, social, and mental wellness of the community. Anchored on the pillars of human capital, environmental, social, and economic principles, this focus area seeks to lead in and facilitate the enhancement of stakeholder capacities. Anchored on the pillars of government leadership, policy and regulation, technology and innovation, economic development, and communitarian spirit, this focus area guides UPLB in promoting a culturally vibrant, safe, and economically thriving society. It will also guide us as we seek to enhance organizational capacities and promote good governance principles and practices. shall be guided by the principles of compassion, collaboration, science-based recommendations, active engagement, and inclusivity. Through our agenda, we want to contribute more vigorously to addressing the pressing and pervasive problems in the economy, environment, and society. We will operationalize the UPLB Agora through PROACT, which stands for Participatory Response to Opportunities for Action along the four focused areas on food security and sovereignty, One Health, resilience and sustainability, and future communities and institutions. Defined by efficient systems and processes and inclusive development and innovation, our ultimate goal is a future-proof university, a future-proof Philippines, and a future-proof world.
And we shall do this with you.
Okay, so we are very excited to find partners who will help us in envisioning this Agora. And the scope, its reach, we can do this with AAACU as partners, the members, with CIRCA, with the Thai government, with Major University. Okay. So it has to be stopped now. And so we wish to expand this UPLB Agora by finding more partners, including local universities, our universities in the Philippines. We have already partnered with 30 state universities and colleges in the Philippines, including private higher education institutions. And we are here at the AAACU conference to again seek partnership with you. And one of the fertile avenue is a research collaboration among our counterpart international universities, including major universities and institutions identified by our previous speakers. And we are ready to expand the scope and reach of our already extensive research. And we are committed to promote the best and sustainable practices, especially in the agricultural, aquatic, and natural resources sector. And both our food and non-food products are ripe for technology transfer, for commercialization, and we want to expand the reach of its market to provide safe and more affordable alternatives for our people. And we're very enthusiastic to bring these innovations to communities and to our consumers with the goal to improve production, to increase yield, and provide healthy food alternatives for our people. And as the 2030 deadline for the SDGs come to close, it is imperative that partnerships across nations that will facilitate innovations on food and agriculture must be pursued. And we have avenues here in the ASEAN, in AAACU, such as you, members of the reputable institutions and institutions, including CIRCA and international institutions. And as learning institutions and a cradle of knowledge and innovations, we at UPLB will continue our commitment to finding solutions to food and agricultural problems under the UPLB Agora. We are being expected by the new president to find new solutions and relevant activities and programs that will improve productivity and income for our communities. Thank you very much. Mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Camacho, for your wonderful speech and video presentation. And once again, may I invite Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Camacho. Please welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, for presenting the token of appreciation to us. And here we come to the last speaker for our morning session. I would like to introduce you to Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio. He's the Center Director and CEO of Simeo Siegar. He's a professor at the Institute of Crop Science, College of Agriculture and Food Science, UPLB, and currently the Center Director and CEO of the Southeast Asian Regional Center for Graduate Study and Research in Agriculture, or Simeo Siegar. Dr. Gregorio was also conferred the rank of academician by the National Academy of Science and Technology, or NAST Philippines. Recently recognized as 2020 UPLB College of Agriculture and Food Science Distinguished Alumnus for Rice Genetics and Breeding. He's one of the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit champions and was recently selected as the 2021 Filipino Faces of Biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon. It's almost afternoon. And you better listen to me because I'll open up the lunch after my talk. So I hope you're still attentive. And actually, we are thanking everyone for coming here. I felt that it's something different because usually we have a lot of seminars, talk, and we talk. I just have my coat and tie and a short pants. But now I have to do formally, and especially a lot of dignitaries are here, especially the officials from the different university, from major university, and the presidents and high officials of the different universities in the Philippines, in Japan, in Korea, and other countries. So I may call this a AAACU Biennial Conference, a high official meeting of different universities. So I hope the presidents and the officials, I know you are very busy enough in advocating, taking care of the dirty jobs in the university, of the promotion, of hiring new staff. But now it's good you are here to listen what we are talking about, agricultural innovation towards sustainable social sustainability. And I know this really, the theme now really cause us to realize, to rethink, and how we think of things differently, particularly in how we view agriculture, on how we view food, how we view food production, agriculture, food systems. All these things are very important. That's why in my talk now, I'll be talking more on my first slide. My title is more on food system or agriculture. Now we're calling it food system innovation for the next generation. So we are preparing the next generation for this innovation that we're talking about. We are talking about innovation, innovation, innovation. So what is really innovation? So first you have to define what is really innovation. Innovation is changing something. Innovation is value addition to anything. Okay? Or if you make it more realistic, if you change something, it's not innovation. If you change something, you add something, and the consumer starts to buy it, that's innovation. It trickles down, and it's sustainable. That's where innovation will come in. So it's it's the end product. So any change, maybe just an invention. Any change, maybe just changing the process. But once the farmer, the consumer's heart are changed, or the mindset has been changed, that's where you could say, that's an innovation. Okay, next slide. Again, as our Chancellor mentioned, they have the Agora, which is accelerating growth in research and extension in action. We have also at CIRCA, we call it Attain, which we are all together in this one. The same as in Medyo, you have love and other things. But we have Attain, which is our part of our strategy for the next 5 years, which we're already in the middle, accelerating transformation through agricultural innovation, which is really in line of what we're talking at AAACU, okay? This really clearly need to accelerate transformation in our agricultural sector and to really bring, to maximize its potential for the society, which is the theme of our talk today. And we believe that the systemic and integrative approach should be done to make this happen. Next slide. I have to make fast here. Our vision is your vision. Our vision, all of us, is even AACU have a vision of as a leading enabler and champion of agriculture and rural development in Southeast Asia and beyond. Of course, with a mission to elevate, all of us have the vision to elevate the quality of lives of our agricultural families through sustainable and resilient livelihoods by giving them access to modern networks and innovative markets. So I'm saying modern networks, which is also our theme, second theme, modern networks and innovative markets, not the traditional markets, but innovative markets, which I'll be mentioning later. Next slide. Again, this clearly says that we have to change the mindset from making farmers looking at it as only as a production system. We have to look at it in a further. We have to look at it in a more ecological approach. We have to look at it as again, go back. It's moving very fast. It means even the projector is hungry. We have to change it to make it more changing the mindset of farmers, changing the mindset of our educators, our industry, and the government. So we want to transform ourselves from farmers to transformers, okay? We have to look at it from ecological point of view. We have to look at it as a circular economy, changing the mindset and the rest. Okay, so we have these innovations that we have. Innovation, next, previous slide. I have to mention these innovations that we have to do, without which we could not get into the agricultural innovation we are talking. Policy innovation, institutional innovation, social innovation, technological innovation, which we are very good at, and conceptual innovation. Social innovation is very important. Food security or research with the human face. Always look at it look at the human side, not only food security, but human. It means the people should access of food. The food is there, but the access is very important. Next slide. So we are just having different, just to give you an idea of what policy brief they are doing at CIRCA, and all of you had been contributing on this, on evac of COVID-19, reinforcing transformational change in agricultural food systems. We have agriculture cluster approach where we have to do cooperatives or combining dairy farms so that we are more competitive in the market. Reshaping agricultural research and development in higher education institution in times of pandemic in Southeast Asia. And of course, we are also doing these policy imperatives to promote urban agriculture in response to COVID-19 and climate change among the local government in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. So we are doing this policy approach to make this innovation happen. Next slide, please. And I want to share you some of the policy recommendations that we want, or all of us want to do, to make the innovation to happen, okay? One is this pandemic highlights the importance of strengthening academe, industry, government interconnectivity. So academe, be ready to connect with the industry. Once your technology is not being picked up by the industry, nothing will happen. That's why I changed my title from director to become a CEO also. So we have to, you from the academe, you have to be the president and CEO of this university. Because once you have a CEO title, you start thinking you're a businessman. Thinking for the welfare of the university, how you generate income, how you could make your technology commercialized. Be a businessman. That's the thing there. You have to go into local capacity towards self-sufficiency through a well-planned local food production system. Local food production system. Because of the pandemic we experienced, transporting food is very difficult. So you have to have within your community, you have a food security within the region, within the country. At the same time, encourage no cutting of trades between countries up to the moment. That's the regional level. Support studies on physical and financial technologies, which is our previous speakers have been mentioned. Financial technologies is very important because money, we have innovation, but without money, nothing will happen. Loans, how to pay loans, how to reach the market is very important. And social organization towards better food system across sales. Support action research. We have to support action research. That's why Agora is there. Action, in action, not only the effect of moonlight in the ripening of, so it's nothing, or the effect of fertilizer. Everyone knows we need programs implement it, but it should be science-based, okay? We have to invest on integrative approach in studies assessing risk and uncertainties related to price problems and climate change related hazards in our farming system. So what are the effects of this? The effect of gasoline, the effect of the virus from animals to human to birds. Support improving designs in financial technologies. Again, I am emphasizing financial technology. Bottom line, if you talk about innovations, the farmers say, where's the money to support innovation? So you must put something. Be a CEO. A farmer, a CEO, I mentioned you have to be a trans farmer, not only a traditional farmer, to be a trans farmer or transformer, if you like. To farmers, encouraging wider participation with financial system. Policy, we have to support policy to support institutional and organizational interventions and made suitable, customize it into the cultural aspect, because don't just copy what's happening in Japan or in Korea, make it into the culture. Immerse it in the culture. Don't copy what's happening in US, in the Silicon Valley. Make it, you Philippinize it, you Tallinized it, you make it a Malaysiaized it to make it effective in your country based on the culture. Okay, it's different. So customize it to be relevant both to the national and local condition. Next slide. Sustain the growing interest. We have to take the advantage that the people, because of the COVID-19, to sustain the interest in agriculture and promote to generate more agripreneurs, trans farmers, agripreneurs, which we are talking about. Encourage full participation, particularly the youth and women, through a number of systematic education and mentoring program. So you as a professor, you have to mentor the next generation about how to deal with business. Encourage them to do business. Instead of term paper, maybe you make them make a startup, make a business plan on this one. And next semester, make a startup business. Then you ask money from your presidents. Then they will release money for the students who do the startup. Then they have a contest on Innovation Olympics. Who will be what we are doing now? Who has a startups and generating some smart money, then support them up. Okay, that will be a good example. Strengthen agricultural extension systems of the countries, like that Agora, research and extension. Integrative study, we have to encourage integrative study, exploring how capacity of the local government. Example, the Philippines, they are giving more money to the local government. So universities, you don't need to go up. You go to the local government because they have 33% more money and they don't know how to spend it. So you have to teach them how to spend it through agriculture, because that's very important to your community or university. Next slide. And strengthen the capacity of higher education institutions. This is very important. Highlighting the need for food system innovation towards food security, sovereignty, resilience, and poverty reduction. We're talking all about this one, which Dr. our Chancellor Camacho is talking about this increased capacity to implement curricular programs with emphasis on agriculture and business skills. So don't just tell them how to plant rice, but how to put value addition to the planted rice that they have, mill it, package it, and sell it with a new brand. Rice for your health, rice for your brain. So you have to make all those branding. More public value-driven research initiative that gears towards strengthening local food systems, science and technology-based extension services with greater emphasis on sustained community engagement and public service. This is where the social aspect will come in. So not only research, but include the social community, sustained community engagement and public service. Establish an agri-innovation hubs, what I mentioned about agri-tech startups, which I mentioned, which our previous speakers mentioned, to complement with sustained capacity building for students towards Agri 4.0 or 5.0 technologies and encourage lifelong learning. So if you already, most of you are already in PhD, continue still studying, because what we studied, as I remember, it's already irrelevant. We have to look at the AI now. If you say AI, it's not artificial insemination, it's artificial intelligence. Before, our AI is only artificial insemination. Now it's artificial intelligence. So it's different wordings now. Okay, next slide. I hope I'll be finished. This is, I just be proud that we, during the pandemic, we published in Central Mindanao University, or you call it Chiang Mai University also, it's CMU, both, on food security amidst COVID-19 pandemic, research development priorities in higher education institution in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. This is where, how we have to reshape our research and extension in higher education to be more relevant in this time of pandemic and onwards. And we have also a policy brief on reshaping agricultural research and development in higher education institution in times of pandemic in Southeast Asia, which I'll summarize here, like next slide, which if you do research, you have to look at the 4 dimension. Research is not only 2 dimensions. Research in higher education, you have to look at the food security pillars, like availability, accessibility, stability, utilization, and you have agricultural value chains, farmers, producers. You have to look at the manufacturers, distribution and retailers, and the consumers, and look at the level of analysis from biosphere to ecosystem-wise, population, community, up to the gene or cell or organization level, and modalities, which is multinational, up to the discipline, multidisciplinary. So you have to look at that level. So the most important is make it integrative. That's why our theme is very important. Research with social, or research with the human face, okay? Always look at the human side. Every time look at for research. Next slide. Which I emphasize here, enabling an environment for mutual learning and co-learning. This is the summary of that. Incentivize scientific productivity that value beyond mere publication, but also the other piece. So the presidents of the different universities or rectors, chancellor, look at not only publication, but look at how the research affect the people, partnership, patents, products, processes, and profit. I think we have to look at that. Retooling in application also for intellectual property rights. Most of our scientists don't know what is intellectual property. They just want to hide what they don't want to share. You have to share it with the private sector, and once they gain something, that's the time you ask money from them. Don't ask money too much because your research is not yet on the final stage. More grants and extension towards enabling faculty and students to engage with industry, community beneficiaries, and stakeholders. Re-articulate COVID-19 response on ongoing projects. So put your projects, I always say, you COVIDize your project. Put some COVID there or future pandemic so that the funding institution will be attractive to that project. I call it COVIDize it, okay? To create and crafting new research proposal related, always related to COVID. You COVIDize it, okay? To make it, because I know in the Philippines, the Department of Science and Technology or DA, they are taking, they will be asked by the higher ups, how many projects are you supporting related to COVID? You COVIDize everything. Even the Mary Jane, you have to COVIDize it, okay? Next slide. Okay, I just want to give you, we Filipinos loves video. So I'll have a 2-minute video of how we are doing at Circa, how we innovate something. We have a new crazy department there. We call it Emerging Innovation for Growth. It's a new department to cater your crazy ideas and make it happen. So we call it Innovates. Go.
The evolving context of agriculture, rural development, and state of farmers as aligned with global goals focus on the contribution of agriculture to hunger and malnutrition eradication. Circa has embraced the rhythms of change with new, innovative practices to transform the lives of farmers and the agricultural industry. With its mission to elevate the quality of life of agricultural families through sustainable and resilient livelihoods, Circa steers agriculture from the traditional farming production towards an agribusiness perspective in a modern agriculture ecology by accelerating transformation through agricultural innovation to attain Agriculture 4.0. The Circa innovates model of open collaboration with academe, industry, government interconnectivity is a combination of independent but highly integrated component tool designed to attain sustainable development goals through Agriculture 4.0. A modern world transformed by innovative technologies, processes, and dynamics. The Circa Innovates component tools include Index. As the research and information arm of projects powered by the Circa Innovates model of open collaboration. Serves. Specialists and experts for rural viable emerging solutions that identify and implement innovative but practical solutions to persistent farming challenges. Ideates. Innovation competitions that focus on engaging the youth, children, students, and brilliant minds in promoting agri-innovation to modernize agriculture and build local rural innovation ecosystems. Blocks. Building linkages and open collaboration for knowledge systems is an innovative and open shared service hub promoting locally adaptable agri-technologies that can be adopted by small farmers and rural communities. A4Life, Agriculture 4.0 livelihood integration towards farming enterprises for building local and community-based innovation ecosystems and inclusive agribusiness value chains to produce a generation of green startups and agripreneurs. And Space, the Southeast Asia platform to attain collaboration and empowerment for a powerful innovation and open collaboration gateway for agri-incubation and technology transfer information, programs, resources, and networks in the world where Circa operates. Powered by Circa Innovates model, the Emerging Innovation for Growth, EIG, as the new program in Circa's 11th five-year plan steps out from old ways that are no longer farmer benefiting to attain Agriculture 4.0 under 3 focus areas, namely open collaboration and agri-incubation, knowledge and technology transfer tools, and project development monitoring and evaluation. Circa partners to usher farmers out of the belief that farming is limited to production as an agribusiness operating in a modern agriculture ecosystem for better, bigger, smarter impact to farmers and farming families.
Get involved, spread the word. Circa Innovates. If you're connected with a group that supports agriculture for farming families, we invite you to collaborate with our academe, industry, government partnership for better, bigger, smarter innovations. Together, let's attain Agri 4.0. So that's for better, bigger, and smarter fish. We have to innovate. That's why this is the innovates. That's only one department of CIRCA among others. One is education and collective learning. The other one is research and thought leadership. Next slide. I just want to show this is our goal towards whole Southeast Asia. This is the process that we are going through attain. And next slide. I just want to show that we are now, for the next generation, we are opening up an agri museum, an engagement museum, a digital museum to showcase the innovations, what we are doing. It will be open up in the middle of this month. This is, we'll call it sharing, CIRCA Hub for agriculture and rural innovation for the next generation. This will entice making agriculture sexy to everyone, from the old up to the youngest. Next slide, just to show you the example, what's happening inside. We want to combine the science and the arts. Next slide. And this is how it looked like. This is our digital space, our maker space, and we have the digital agriculture will be displayed there. And next slide. We will be showing the different technologies there. I hope I could bring some of the Mary Jane byproducts and display it there. But I know it will not happen. And we will be showing all these. And we have our Lego Cafe, where we are doing our Lego Education Cafe, where the kids will be going there and make their own robots from age 4 up to maybe age 60. And if you are going, the whole family could join to make that Lego Cafe. We have a poster over there. And you will be showing you what we'll be doing at the same time. But if you don't play Lego, you just take your coffee there. That's why you have a Lego and cafe. Next slide. Again, I just want to summarize that we, the educators or the industry and the government, we are the key players in society's overall ability to achieve and aspire food security and economic development. But we could contribute beyond that one by making it a development that is sustainable, inclusive, environmentally friendly, and most importantly, resilient to the current and future pandemics. Next slide. I hope that will be my last slide. And as again, this is the challenge for us. The reality of innovation in agriculture is really tested. It will be it is won or lost at the farmers, at the consumers level. Once it's in the consumers level, it means it's good, because where applicability and sustainability is tested. Once it's already in the consumer, in the farmer, that is where we could say it's successful innovation. Thank you very much, and lunch is ready.
Thank you very much, Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio, Center Director and CEO from CIMIO and CIRCA. So again, in this opportunity, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Virapon Thongma, President of Major University, to present a token of appreciation to thank Dr. Glenn B. Gregorio for giving such a meaningful and exciting speech today. Please give a big hand to him.
Thank you very much. And right now it's time for lunch break. We will have lunch together on the first floor. And for your information, there is the innovation exhibition on the first floor too, if you have enough time after lunch or if you are interested. So you are welcome to join our exhibition. And so please come back to this room around 1:30 in the afternoon to join our roundtable discussion. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
1 2 1 2 3 check 2 2 2 2 1 2 3 check check 1 2 3 2 2 ทดสอบ1 21 2 3 4 check 2 2 2 ทดสอบ1 2 check 2 2 2 2 2 check 1 2 3 4 check
Hello, hello. Test, test, test.
Two. Check.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all of our honorable and distinguished guests. My name is Dr. Kulaya Pongpan. I'm an instructor from the Faculty of Liberal Arts. I will be a general moderator for this afternoon roundtable discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here with you today, this afternoon, and to have everybody, the distinguished leaders in agricultural education here with us. So I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the roundtable discussion on agricultural innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and networking. This is as a part of the 23rd AAACU Biennial Conference and General Assembly in celebration of the 15th AACU founding anniversary. The schedule for this discussion is running from 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. and then it will be followed with innovation competition. And then we also have a panel discussion after this, knowledge sharing among academics here in this room from 3:15 to 5 p.m. That's the brief schedule. Now, first of all, I just would like to give a brief introduction to the theme of the conference. The theme of the biennial conference focuses on revitalizing agricultural innovation towards social sustainability. Significant sustainable agricultural innovation is required to deal with substantial challenges global agriculture is confronted with. The concept of innovation has mostly been related to economic issues, environmental and societal concerns, such as the increasing population, unequal access to natural resources, aging workforce, ecological damage, climate change, globally disruptive events like COVID-19 crisis. However, it is also a time to rethink about the role of innovation in the groundbreaking context of sustainable development. This means that when considering transition towards sustainable economic growth, the main challenge remains in addressing innovation, not only from an economic and environmental standpoint, but also from a social standpoint. And this has made higher educational or education institutions increasingly interested in the concept of social sustainability, in particular, approaching it from a discussion of the conceptual aspect
Recording in progress.
Evolution to the analysis of its transformative capacity. Higher education institutions play a significant role as they are rich in resources that can be mobilized and contribute to solve social problems, and that they have expertise that provides the theoretical frameworks and that could guide the development of the solutions and the technical skills to collect and evaluate empirical data addressing the viability of the innovation. And without further ado, then I would like to introduce to you Associate Professor Dr. Yanin Opat Pathanakit to the stage to introduce our panelists.
Thank you, Ajahn Kulaya. Good afternoon, Sawadee Krap. So this afternoon you have a round table discussion. Actually, the purpose of the round table, we want to give each of the speaker to contribute their perspective and idea freely and fully to the conversation. This discussion aimed at exchange the idea on the technology, innovation, entrepreneur, creation of the innovation curriculums, development of the entrepreneur graduate, university collaboration with the private sectors, including technology transfers to the community from a representative of the university and the agents. So now I would like you to welcome all the keynote speaker, 8 of keynote speaker. Please step on the stage, please. For all of you, I think. So, and now we'll introduce by one, right? So first one is the, right, please. Yep. Please. So you can choose your seat freely. Yes. So to save the time, because only 90 minutes to finish off the roundtable discussion, please. All the eight keynote speakers, we have from 5 countries. And also we have, actually we have 2 directors, 3 president and chancellors, and also 3 deans from 5 countries. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Wirabon Chongma, president of Major University. Secondly, the Dr. Jose Camacho Jr., Chancellor of University of the Philippines, Los Banjol. I think you know him already. And the third one is Dr. Edgardo Turin, President of the Wasayas University, Philippines. And we have another 3 deans, right? The first one is the Dr. Satoru Tsuchikawa, Dean of a Graduate School of the Bioagriculture Science, Nagoya University, Japan. The second one is Dr. Nu Asura Adams, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, University Punta, Malaysia. And the third one is Dr. Budi Gantaro, Dean of the Faculty of Animal Science, Gajah Mada, University, Indonesia. And also we have the director that you know him already, Dr. Panat Chayarat, Executive Director in IA. And very great honor today for the moderator. So we have Dr. Grant Gregorio, Director of CIAGAR. So today the floor is yours. Dr. Grant, please. So you have 90 minutes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll try to control the time, and I know everyone is excited what you will be listening. So we have, I will not call this a roundtable discussion, but a long sofa discussion, okay? It's a long sofa. It's all chairs over here. So that we could see you. And we are encouraging any itchy question, urgent question, you just ask me, and maybe Dr. Pids will show it to us, messenger. Okay, so our topic for today is we are talking about agricultural innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and networking. It's a big words for us to make this agricultural innovation to happen. And today, actually, if we talk about innovation, it could provide an opportunity for agricultural producers, productivity, improvement, had been driving growth. We have a lot of improvement in our productivity. But the question now is about environmental sustainability. Is our planet could absorb this? Is your country, as mentioned a while ago from the talks, our soils are already very tired. So how would we do it? Anytime it will go down. So the challenge is how do we innovate? So we are talking about agricultural innovation. And the question here is, why are they important? What is agricultural innovation? Why are they important to attain food and nutrition security in our respective countries and in Southeast Asia as a whole? And how can it be implemented? And what are the challenges to implement these? That's why we mentioned a while ago, innovation, and how does it mean to the farmer? How does it mean to the consumer? What does it cost? So I will now give the floor first to Dr. Pon. Maybe you have a lot of to say something about this, and you have maybe 5 minutes, then go to Dr. Wirapong. I will control the time for Dr. Wirapong. Don't worry. I'm holding his microphone. Okay. Can you answer those questions that how can we implement this? How important to the food system, these innovations, and how we could implement, and what are the challenges?
I believe mainstream understanding on innovations, we mainly focus on technological innovations from research and development. But in the sense that we are living in Southeast Asia, which they are so diverse and so different between so-called levels of economic development, but we share quite similar so-called cultural values, like we share rice culture. We share majorities of people that still live in a suburban area. I think half of Southeast Asian population still live in so-called suburban area or maybe in the farms. But in general, I think the classic challenge lies on affordabilities and accessibilities of food and nutrition. So in that sense, it's not purely technological innovation that can solve such a socio-economic problems, but we require to have social innovation regarding to accessibilities and also affordabilities. I think that at least two specific examples that we may think about, and I believe almost every so-called Southeast Asian countries are facing with. The first one is on the children lunch. When we have schooling, students go to school, that's quite challenged, not only Southeast Asia, but all the rest of Asia, or even developing and less developed countries as well, that you rely on the governmental subsidies regarding to food and nutrition for students at school. In Chiang Mai, I believe that there are some so-called NGOs or even social enterprises that try very hard to blend in the organic farmers and keep the carbon credits very low by trying to have suppliers of the organic vegetation and also the raw material all around the school, develop so-called value chain between so-called small farmers, organic farmer, and also the school. So that children can enjoy lunch and the price not that high. So in that sense, it's not purely technology. It's all about how we develop social contract and also how we can use such a data, because 12 months, the varieties of vegetations and also the food variety is very different from season to season. So in that sense, I think combining knowledge, local knowledge, and also data, that's bring us into something more than technological innovation from the research laboratory. That's one specific area that we can support the children who have a school besides the farm. But what about the children in mega cities? Don't forget that in Southeast Asia, not only Bangkok, but also Jakarta as well. And KL, Ho Chi Minh City is already a mega city. So in that sense, they have a limitation on access into a green area or farming. That's why 10 years ago, you couldn't imagine that such a big cities with a lot of abundant resource all around mega cities, that you still have very easy access into so-called plantation. Now it's very expensive because of the logistic and transportation, not to mention the pesticides and also the food contamination. We are combining with the food waste from a modern trade as well, right? So the specific problems or challenge, just only one example, children lunch. That's in the area, suburban area, it looks beautiful, it looks very nice. But for the big cities, you require to have urban farming. You require to have a new way of working with corporate that provide you a modern trade, so that you can manage price and you can manage food waste after they cannot sell it. So in that sense, this is the way you think about monetization. So this is business model innovation. And I would like to end my round here. That's not only the big corporate in the big city, but also the roles of municipal and so-called the philanthropy. We are talking about impact investor that could allow some tech social enterprise can work alongside with the school. So this is just only one example that we may imagine that agro or tech innovation that's it's not purely technological, but we need to think about business model, think about social impact, or even monetizations of so-called such a business model. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So you could see there that he's mentioning that technological innovation is already there. So we need this other innovation, conceptual innovation, social innovations, and technical innovations that we have to go with the technology. So we as in the university, we have the technology, but how will, as I mentioned, how will it trickle down to the consumers and to the farmers? How to incentivize? That's how to monitor the carbon footprint in the farm, and how would you monitor it, and how would you incentivize them if they're using low carbon or gas emission technology? Okay, back to you, Dr. Wirapon. What's your idea about these challenges to implement this?
Yeah, I have three factors that affecting to the innovation. The first one is the high number of the population. So we have a problem with the food, with agricultural food or agricultural product like that. So agriculture, food, and healthy should come together. You can say that I told you earlier, the Sri Lanka already economic collapse because of energy, because of the agriculture. But we hope that in our Asia country, like Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, we don't have a problem because we have many resources for agriculture. But we should have the quality of agricultural product, or the quality of agricultural product. How we make the quality is innovation, right? We should have some innovation put that how we make the high yield of agriculture, how we make the value added of agricultural product. If not, we will have a problem, because if you high yield, low price, they come together. High yield is low price. So the problem of our farmer, he says, in Thailand we call is the bone of the Thai people, the bone of the country. The farmer is the bone, but cannot survive. This is one more thing, the high number of the population. The second one that I told you, the qualities, equality of the agricultural product. And another one is the young population, the young generation, they don't like to work hard. That you told us, Director, smart and beautiful agriculture. How? The slender agriculture, how? If we don't have the innovation, right? So they can use the cell phone to control the spray, the watering, something like that. This is for innovation concern to the behavior of the young population in the future. This is, and also the digital disrupt, technology disruption. The digital also, like COVID-19 come, we know that we should use our digital to control, like a smart agriculture, smart farm, like that. And value added, how we add our agricultural product. No need to sell with the 1 kilo or 2 kilo or 1 ton, but just only the small one, but sell the DNA inside of our agricultural product. Like we have Little Food here. Yeah, our private sector, he come to join us here. He also, he make like a protein from plant, the protein from plant, not from the animal, just only from the plant like that. This is also that I just had some idea about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wirapong. So he's talking about food and nutrition security. We have a lot of innovation to make it happen. Everyone is talking about it. Even the young people should start to engage them, to motivate them to be conscious, to be aware that we have this food and nutrition security, which they are more techy. They may have the solutions that we have, populations and all those things. So thank you, Dr. Wirapong. And now we go to the other panel member where we are talking now about big time agricultural innovations. We're talking about blockchain. We are talking about Internet of Things already there. So, and how our question is, we are, what are the big time agricultural innovation that we're talking about, and can you give some specific examples that's happening in your university or any community that will, examples that will have an impact to the farmers or community. So I will ask again first Dr. Pon to give example on this one. Then we go that way up to Dr. Irapon, then maybe Dr. Camacho, Philippines could, University of the Philippines could give example, then Budi from Indonesia, Dr. Budi to give examples. Can you start it?
Okay, let's talk about the trends that they're collected from around 500 tech startups all around the world. Around 40% agree that AI, robotics, and also IoTs are so-called the big time technological innovation. I can call it into smart farming. That's quite surprised because when we're talking about very high impact technology like grow biotechnology, it came into around 6 or 7, not in a very high ranking just because of its difficulty. It's reflected the cohort around 500 startup that's working in edtech all around the world still mainly focus on so-called customizations and automizations of farming, while a big deal that's not so many deal, very big deal, and with the biggest deal lie on 2 specific area. The first one is on agricultural marketplace. We are talking about $1 billion investment for one company. And the second one lies on agro biotechnologies, which the sizings of investments are around 300 million up to $1 billion. So in that sense, I would like to combine that 2 specific trends. First, when we ask startup all around the world, they still mainly focus on digitization or digital transformation for agricultural technologies, while they are the rising star among startups that working in very hard and deep technologies. That they receive a lot of financing, but there are not so many companies. So in that sense, I would say that the big time at this moment, or maybe 3 or 4 years from now, even within our accelerator that we work closely with the big conglomerate in Thailand, we work with CP, but not from the food and agricultural side. We work with land developer under the CP. They mainly focus on how they could transform mega city into green area and develop so-called digital farming. That's why so-called urban farming is very important at this moment. And the second one that we working on is about farm automation, unmanned vehicle, farm mechanization. That's you require nobody to control in the land because of very expensive and very difficult to find labor. For the 3 or 5 years from now, we still required to have a so-called tsunami wave of digital transformation for farming. But at the same time, you will see a weaker and going to be stronger signal regarding to agricultural biotechnologies, so that we can have a different set of seed, different set of even, I would say that this is another big time and a big words, post-farming economy. In the near future, you will consume cheese. Now we already start consume meat from plant-based, right? But in the near future, you will consume cheese and milk from labs. That's fortunately in Thailand, we already have milk extraction from the labs. That's going to announce very soon. So you will see a lot of startups that's working on laboratory scale, and then they are going to be at pen scale. They change the farming from soil-based into non-soil-based.
Yeah, thank you. No, you will see all those possible innovation, digitalization. Maybe if you're a big time farmer, you will be looking a robot, a farm manager robot, a farm supervisor robot to milk the cow. So those will be your vacancies. So look at that in the future. Dr. Wirapon, any crazy idea that
concern to Dr. Panat, the director of NIA? We work together for MAID, Major Agricultural Innovation District. So we try to do for just we have if innovation. I put here for four kind of innovation. The first is product innovation. The product innovation. Many things to do for the product innovation, right? So, and another one is process innovation, how we change the way to produce our agricultural product. And marketing innovation to do the method and how we, let our the people can do for the market with online platform. Like now, our university also we have online platform. The seller and buyer can put in the online. No need wholesale market middleman anymore. This is for our just only some example. And another thing is for organizational innovation. Organizational innovation change the organization structure, especially for our local people, how they work together, like we work with NIA, not just only NIA. We work with the private sector, we work with local government. This is very important to do it. Yet he just explained to us this morning, you can see many network that we try to improve. Just let you have the example for our MAID. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Wirapong. You could see there is made in Medyo. So that's a good name. So thank you for that product innovation, market innovation, organizational innovation. So there's a lot of minor innovation to make this happen. So you can see now the complexity of agricultural innovation to be implemented back down to the farmer level. Now, Dr. Camacho, so can you give big time or examples that could make and the challenges to make this happen?
I would describe the things that they have mentioned earlier, from precision agriculture to organizational. But in my case, I would cite agricultural innovations. It should be innovations across the value chain. Across the value chain, meaning it could be from farm to fork, from seed to table. And in between that, across the value chain, from each section or segment of the production process, there should be innovations, right? Well, for example, from seed, then you have biotechnology. And that would also constitute, for instance, organizational innovations where, for instance, farmers, as mentioned by Dr. Wirapon, they should be organized to be more empowered. They come together so that information and data can be more accessible about prices, about where to access a certain technology, like, for example, using online or whatever sources. And at the end of the chain, that value chain, you have the consumers. So the consumers are empowered, again, because of that agricultural innovations across the value chain, where in the final end, the consumers have better choices, lower prices, and who benefits? It's the community. And I would see the impact in economic sense. We call this as the benefit or the impact of innovation is in terms of its diffusion. There's a literature on induced innovation, okay? Induced innovation, where we really have to make innovation more deliberate, and really, I would say, to make this more deliberate, let's segmentize across the value chain, so that in the final end, in the ultimate scenario, all of us could benefit. You have more supply, more production, lower prices, and more production means we can export this abroad. You see, in other words, the very impact of technology or any innovation is improvement in welfare. In that we increase choices of people. Because if there's no innovation, if there's no technological innovations or agricultural innovation across the value chain, then we're left with nothing. We're left with nothing. We have no choices, right? We have no choices but to buy commodities at higher prices. And that's what's happening now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Camacho. You mentioned here about innovation and education, and you have to look at the whole value chain of the food system, from producing, processing, marketing, transport, up to the consumers. And you have to do some innovation along that value chain to make it effective. And he's mentioning choice also, like what happened if there's no more rice and people will look for rice. You have to start eating other corn or root crops to make it more. Actually, it's more, because it's more helpful to eat those kind of food to make it some more. So you have to learn to eat that one. Learn to eat more cassava, more taro, more all those things. So start eating that. I know you're eating already in the morning and eating now. The bread becomes expensive. So what's the alternative of bread? So we have to look at that one. Those are innovations from the whole value chain. Thank you, Dr. Camacho. Dr. Budi, so maybe you will have more ideas on this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Glenn. I agree with what the previous speaker talked, that I focus on the young generation. Yeah, as Dr. Wirapon said, that right now when we see the data statistic in the university that have agriculture, faculty of agriculture, and the field related to agriculture is getting lower and lower of number, yeah, especially in Indonesia, but I don't know, maybe in Malaysia, Thailand, or Philippines, or maybe Japan also, the number of young generation concerned with the study in agriculture is getting lower. Yeah, so it's mean that in the future, so we challenge of how the agriculture product, yeah, can provide in our people, yeah. And regarding with this, the university should open-minded, yeah, especially we are from the old generation, We have to also learn about the technology innovation and welcome all the industry to come to the university to work together and improve our curriculum. Yeah, so that the young generation is very adaptable with the technology innovation, so very easy to learn. Yeah, different with us because we already old, and when we get the new version of some technology, we long time to learn. But for young generation, no need to study hard, and then they can learn by themselves and very fast. Yeah. In our example in Indonesia, that we are the archipelago country. We have 17,000 island and inhabitant about 6,000 islands. Yeah, and what the problem is that we are in islands archipelago, so the transportation, yeah, island to island, and then also what we call it, what the name I forget, but we need a really technology for transportation, and we have to put some in some places bank of the agriculture product, so we no need bring the agriculture product far away from the producer. And then also in technology, we see that there are very high gap, yeah, between technology in industry and university that the student learn. Yeah, it's become our face that when that technology in industry, moreover when we in the era of pandemic, yeah, the era pandemic, innovation and technology getting very fast to develop, yeah, and this is become our challenge, yeah. In I've
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
nutritious food. Again, because of logistical supply chain problem. So if only these innovations are well in place and accessible, life is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Camacho. So what he's saying is making high-tech technology, make it low-tech in terms of distribution so that everyone could access it. So how about your high-tech technology, the industries to make it low-tech, to make it more inclusive, easy, shorter the value chain, shorter the transport system, and more alternatives to food. No rice, go to banana. No banana, cassava is there. So you have more choices. Thank you very much for that one. Now let's go to making agriculture entrepreneurial, or make it agri-entrepreneurial, or making farmers or even consumers business minded. So agriculture entrepreneurship, even entrepreneurship is very difficult to pronounce, how much more the real definition of this one. So it means making it more business. You have more high risk, you are higher appetite to have risk in doing innovations in your farm. So this is actually refers to the farmer's ability to see that agriculture is not only about production, but business. He's looking his rice as money, not as food. So that's why that is very important. And knowing the whole agricultural value chain, as these people on my right side is mentioning, don't look at only production, but the whole value chain. So the new mindset of innovations plays a role to improve entrepreneurship of our farmers and farming families. However, we have to remember that innovation is not to destroy tradition. Always remember that. Innovation is not to destroy tradition, but innovation is to build on tradition, adding value to tradition. So that is to make it customized, to make it Filipinized, to make it Malaysianized or Asianized, all those innovations. So the question now for on my left side, so you have been silent for the long time, so I'll give you some complicated question. Maybe for Dr. Noor, what are the difference in a layman or a simple term? What's the difference between an entrepreneurial farmer and a traditional farmer? And what are the, can you take the next message? What's the requirement needed for a farmers to be entrepreneurial, to be business minded? What are the requirements? Of course, money is there, said from that. And how to motivate them. You get the questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Same question. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Gregorio. It seems that I'm the only rose among the thorns today. All right. Okay. Just to start out with one of the questions, I think all of us know that when we talk about farmers, the traditional farmers, so we have no doubt that they have the managerial skill. They possess the ability, the technical skill, yes, of course, but the one that is lacking is on the knowledge or the entrepreneurial skill. So whereas when you talk about agricultural entrepreneur, or I would like to make it a short form, agripreneur or agropreneur, okay? They have the ability to produce for market, for business purposes. They calculate the risk, they take the risk, but in a very, very, calculated manner, okay? So, and then bring up their agriculture into the market and make it big, okay? So all of this time, the traditional agriculturists, they just do it for own consumption, okay? And maybe to get some money out of it. I mean, just for a family. But once you're already as an agripreneur, you're thinking big, right? When you think it big, you must have to strategize everything, yeah? So nowadays, when you talk about agropreneur, we try to get more of the youngsters, the younger generation to get involved, yeah? So when they get involved, so meaning that as a university, we should have the platform for all these agripreneurs. So bear in mind that, so for example, in my university, although we have the faculty of agriculture, but the agripreneur should come from various faculty. Because when you talk about agripreneur, you must have the mind of an entrepreneur that have the knowledge not only in agriculture, but also on the knowledge of marketing. What else? Economy, such and such. Okay, it's a what do you call it, as a multidiscipline in one area of agriculture. So now, to be a good agripreneur, to be a good agripreneur, at least we have 4 steps. First, the step is you must be familiar with the concept of agripreneur, entrepreneurship. What is it? What is it? The drive to become bigger in business. You must know the concept first. So for the young generation, if it doesn't matter whether they are graduates from agriculture field or in economics, in computer science, but once they want to join, they want to venture in agriculture as a business, they must know to get familiar with the terms of agri-entrepreneur. Then, as mentioned by our panelists just now, a good partnership, the best partnership for your agriculture field, systems, whatsoever that you're going to venture in. So a good partnership has been mentioned just now. If you don't have a good partnership, as Dr. Gregorio said just now, you cannot do everything. If you're good at the technical parts of the agriculture that you're doing, you must have a good partnership that may be on the marketing side, okay? You cannot be good in everything, the best in all. So that's why choose the right partner for your business in agriculture. And the third is, you have to learn the technology, of course. Whether you're old, okay, don't say old, or whether you're a senior, matured person, or maybe you're just a young, but the most important thing, how you get engaged with all the technologies nowadays. Okay, when you talk about innovation, I would just like to share my opinion. When you say that it's a technology or innovation, bear in mind, don't just focus on the high technology. Sometimes a simple way of doing it, but make it efficient enough for production of agriculture, then it's a technology, it's an innovation. I give you one example. Normally, when we want to produce, a variety, let's say a rice variety or maybe corn, as a breeder, sometimes it takes a lot of time, 5 to 10 years just to come up with a consistent variety or whatsoever. But there's another way, there's a new way of doing it, maybe by manipulating the agronomic practices, whether it's any variety that you have, but it can increase the yield. So it becomes a cheaper way of doing it, okay? And also a very short time. So you see, that is also an innovation. So that's why, as mentioned before by our panelists, don't forget about the traditional agriculture that can be imposed as an innovation also in the agriculture. And then the third one that we need to know is start a new startup, as you mentioned just now, okay? A new startup with a bang. When I say with a bang, meaning that with a solid and strong business plan. See, if you have a good partnership with people that know how to manage or have a good, strong business plan, I think that will become a very good entrepreneur in the future. So I think I will stop there.
Thank you. So that's a very passionate, animated recommendation for you how to be an entrepreneurial and the requirements. Good partners. So if you choose a husband, choose a wife, that's also applicable. You have to have a good partner or else it will make or break you. So that's very important. Even choosing business partner is more complicated. Okay. So that's a very good example. Now let's go to, as we see, the problem of agriculture really is very complex. And we need to make it happen. We need more partnership, more networking. We need linkages, non-traditional partners. So those are the things that we have to do. So we'll ask Dr. Tulin on how can we develop innovative networking or new non-traditional partnering or new types of partnership. can you give us some insight on this in
Okay.
relation to agricultural innovation?
Thank you, Dr. Gregorio. I think he was already looking at his watch, so I have a few time left. So I think this is the last of the questions that were actually forwarded to us. But anyway, this is a very important question, networking. And as we see, traditional networking in our system, we have already known organizations or partners that are known to each other, and they ink relationship through MOU or MOA or other forms of agreement. And this is actually working very well in the many organizations, or in fact, that's what we are doing today. But let's take this context on the future of agriculture in terms of innovation. So as we all know, even at present, there are at least two pressing issues, and food and nutrition security, and the other one is on energy. So these two issues alone involve really a high demand of what we will do to address these concerns. And then let's move forward to demographics now. So for example, we all know that in the future, whether we like it or not, there are more young generations, and these are the so-called millennial generations, Generation X or Y, and maybe some of us still remain, those who are young. But let's take a look at the young people. No? So from that context, if we consider the young people, how do the young people network today? So what they do, of course, they use information. They use the Facebook. They use, in fact, one of the most, the big sources of information actually coming from our young generations are the TikToks, for example. And the other one, the vloggers. We all know that. And this is the kind of medium in our internet that is gaining wide recognition. And if we are targeting the young people to spread the information on agriculture, to make agriculture sexy, we use this medium of instruction or medium of information, flow of information to our young generations, will actually become our future farmers, future agriculturists. So this, in fact, is something to be thought about. And of course, I would subscribe to the startup, because startup, of course, is the buzzword this time. And in our experience in the Philippines, for example, a case in point, in the Philippines, startup is young, vibrant, full of potential. And we are not really mature in terms of startup because unlike perhaps other Asian countries, their startups are already gaining a lot of attention, and a lot of investors, and a lot of money has flowed into the investment. But in the Philippines, we're still actually in the infancy stage. And we want these startups because this is really the future for innovation to flourish. Because startups will generate innovative products, at the same time will generate new business models, which our young people can actually take or invest in the future. And there are, of course, many examples or many methodologies or many systems of startups that we can maybe do. Maybe they are doing that in Thailand, in Singapore, in Japan. Eventually, we can, for example, build up startup visas for our ASEAN communities, investment fund or venture fund for startup, and even build a kind of startup eco zones, no? Economic zones in the Asian communities or across boundaries. So these are I believe that these are really something that we could think about if we talk about, or if you think about the future of agriculture and how all this innovation can actually flourish in the future. Of course, all the concerns are valid at present, but let's take a look on what will happen after 10 or 20 years when many of the so-called the aging farmers, no? Maybe some of them have, and then the young farmers have gone to the city. Let's try to attract them back, not agriculture as a farmer, but agriculture as an entrepreneur, a business entrepreneur, and enterprising itself. The Philippines, a case in point, we are not yet we still have a lot of things to do because even in our universities, it's a common fact that in our universities, as head of our agricultural colleges and universities, our private or our industries, we have not really fully partnered with our industries. There are only a few industries that are partnering in terms of R&D or innovation in your universities. It is still a very desired future for our universities to engage in industry so that all of these potentials from the university, the knowledge of the university can be actually translated into more profitable business, even in the context of a local economy. So networking is very important, and because our young generations, who knows what other medium of information dissemination we will have in the next 5 years, because it's a very dynamic society. Information is just so fast, and we believe that we can really capitalize on these technologies for the future for rapid information dissemination, connecting our young farmers or even the young ones farmers with the new ones, with the new technologies that agriculture can offer to address problems on foods and nutrition security as well as energy crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tulin. So you could see there that we have to evolve. We have to connect ourselves with the young people. So those are our new partners that we have to have. Maybe our next biennial conference, we'll have a TikTok challenge. So all presenters will be TikTok. So it will be not boring long talks and all this will be TikTok. So TikTok challenge to make the information technology, express it in like pitching it in through TikTok, and startups you mentioned, and encourage the people, the young people to fail by starting a startup. I know doing startup, I have been a startup for 2 projects and most of them fail. So let's continue to make a startup. I understand startup is very complicated. Don't romanticize it. That's why if you have failed, it means you are already experienced. I will be employing more those who have already failed in startups. So thank you very much for that. Because you are our host, Dr. Wirapong, maybe you could add more about this new partnering, but in a short time.
Yep. We will have 2 here for the evidence that we sign MOU together and we work together. So I just give some example that right now our university become the second group. You see, this morning, the higher education, they told us we have 6 group of the university, right? We are the second group for technology encouragement or technology and innovation development like that. So we should have our product. I mean, our student become entrepreneur. So how? Because we teach them just only academic, right? We should have like a partner with here, partner with the private sector, PPP, public, private, and partnership. So after we sign MOU, we should have the activity together, like we work with NIA. So I just asked him, Dr. Panat, what did you get? What did you gain from our partnership, please?
Yeah.
Our policy, one of our policy is to support higher education, particularly universities, in entrepreneurial university context. So we try to support young generation, particularly university students, to be the co-founder of startup companies, or our SMEs that would like to access to university laboratories or intellectual properties to get access to so-called with convenient and maybe a fast track. And why we develop a concept of innovation district, because we think that some universities can be anchor institution, not companies, sorry, anchor institution to be the leaders in the area, in physical area, that they can support not only a small people like civil society and also with local municipal to work with them, so that we can generate the possibility that we can do some city innovations or social innovation. That's why universities already play three specific roles, but the MOU allow us to work with so-called the president in the policy level, and at the same time make university easy to formulate and to form a group, different groups of participants. Why it's so important? Because university is very big. Comparing with us, we only have 100 people, but we need to work with university. Even in one university, there are so many faculties, so many centers.
1,000, more than 1,000.
Yeah, that's why to inform and to collaborate with the president is a sign of leadership, and then we can work easily with a group of professors and also with the researchers, and later we can access to the student so that we can groom them easily.
One more thing, sir. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
So how the government do it? Because my university, we cannot do like that, because with the, especially with the private one, because we have regulation, right? We should have holding company. So right now, the university try to do the company like a private company to work with the private one. We cannot sign. I cannot sign by myself, but we will have the holding company to do it, like with the cannabis.
To make it sustainable.
We cannot sign for the government, but we should have the holding company under the university council. Thank you very much. Yes.
So that's the trick. You have your own foundation. You have to have a private part of the company or a club to make it sustainable and make it happen. So thank you very much for that one. And now we have to summarize. You could see now how our distinguished panelists have contributed. You have no ideas. You have to bring home what you could do about this one. We are talking about partnership, entrepreneurial, networking, non-traditional partners, partnering with the young people, partnering with the even old people because they have the knowledge. Maybe you partner with the old people and young people, mentor, mentee, to make a business really happen. And I think that's very important. We have to make our TikTok generation to appreciate the doing startups. Maybe I have already idea how to start a startup on how to locate your luggage. So that will be a very nice one. Everyone will be going for that one. Okay, so as I mentioned, with the complexity of our challenges of agriculture innovation, rural development, we need to work together in partnership. Partnership. That's why
Win-win situation.
in many
Win-win situation.
it should be a win-win approach situation. We can't win the problem of agriculture with just a one hero. We don't win a problem with just Superman. We need the whole Justice League, okay? We don't need only an Iron Man or a Spider-Man or Captain America only to win the game. We need Nick Fury to assemble the Avenger to make it happen. So we will win together as we partner together. So thank you very much. And that will be our, thank you very much. Give a big hand to our panelists. Thank you very much. Yeah, Avengers. Yeah, that's the Avengers. To assemble the Avengers.
I forgot my meeting. Sorry. Mr. O'Dare, may I ask the President Theropon to giving a perks of the appreciation to the speaker. So first one should be Dr. Pan, right? Okay, right. Couldn't find the text. Okay. Yep. So there. Yep. In the front.
Okay.
Please. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry for
sustainability industry.
So then Next is Dr. Nu Asura Adams, please.
Dr. Nu?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Micro.
And the third is Dr. Edgardo Turin.
Turin.
And Dr. Budi Tentoro. Next, please.
Kuntolo.
Lifelong learning.
Kuntolo.
Next is Dr. Satoru.
Sir, please. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
Dr. Jose Camacho.
Chancellor, please.
And our moderator, Dr. Grant, please.
Dr. Grant, your wife will follow me. Take your word. Thank you, sir. Okay. And Dr. Yamin, right? Okay, sir.
And
come here.
Last one to the president of Meadow University.
Yeah, Dr. Satoru, please give him to the Dr. Otherwise, he has to give by himself. So please, thank you.
From the president. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. So please give a big hand to our speaker. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Good photo. Okay, the last.
Another photo with a prize. Okay. Yes. Please. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. One more AAACU. Be careful, sir.
Thank you very much, all of our honorable and distinguished panelists. Also, thank you to Associate Professor Dr. Yanin for being the main moderator. It is truly a pleasure and a privilege for all of us to have the roundtable with you today. I think we have learned and we have exchanged intensive knowledge and understanding about the what is going on about agricultural innovation, and also this would be beneficial to our future contacts and for the future cooperation as well as partnership in agricultural innovation, sustainability, entrepreneurship, and networking towards social sustainability. And now I'd like to announce that the session has been finished. And thank you very much, everybody, once again. And then just a quick announcement. Can I? Yeah. Yeah. We would have a dinner this evening. As the president has mentioned, you're very welcome to join us on the rooftop, yeah, the 17th floor again. And up next for the upcoming session, we're having the parallel sessions then. Anyway, we're going to have a really short break for about 15 minutes, and then we would have the competition for the innovation competition on the first floor. You are very welcome to join. We have the exhibition of about 21 participants or for the 21 products. And then this room, again, we would have another panel discussion for knowledge sharing among academics, and that would be taking in this room. Everybody's welcome to proceed to the mentioned sessions after the short break. Then thank you.
So we have coffee break. Yes. Coffee break first. And yeah, we will have the sharing here. The sharing experience. How many? You say four.
So please enjoy your coffee break, about 15 minutes. And tonight we will sing a song in the rooftop, 17th floor. Multiple songs. 6:30 in 17th floor. But this afternoon we still have knowledge session sharing. Yeah, in this room. But if you are interested to see the innovation exhibition, please join in the first floor. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizers, we would like to call on the attention of the representatives from the following universities to please contact our technicians at the back of the auditorium, representative from the University of Rizal System, Western Philippines University, and Romblon State University, so that they can save your PowerPoints, which will be controlled from the back of the room, as the extension is too far away from the stage. Thank you very much. Uh, sorry, please, can I, the representative from Romblon State University? Okay.
Right. Welcome everybody back to our knowledge sharing session. Do you enjoy our snacks? Yes, very good, right? Thai dessert is always good. So right now, we would like to invite the first speaker.
Okay, the first speaker is Professor Dr. Nancy Pasquale, the president of University of Rizal System, and she's going to talk about advancing the agricultural industry in the province of Rizal through revitalized academic intervention. So please welcome.
One great afternoon to everyone who graced this momentous event. President Wirapon Tongma of Major University, AAACU Executive Board, fellow SUC presidents, other university presidents, and other guests. I wish to express my sincerest thanks for this wonderful opportunity to share with you the humble initiatives of the University of Rizal System in the field of agriculture. Our paper is entitled Advancing the Agricultural Industry in the Province of Rizal through Revitalized Academe Intervention. My presentation is divided into three: introduction, areas of concern, and results and discussion. Just a short introduction. The University of Rizal System is mandated by law to provide services attuned to the development agenda of the province, one of which is agriculture. In a nutshell, the province of Rizal has considerably big rice production, high value crops, and freshwater aquaculture, being surrounded by the Sierra Madre mountain range and the Laguna de Bay. But due to rapid population boom, lands dedicated to agriculture are now being transformed into subdivisions. The URS has taken this as an opportunity to determine the problems being met by the agriculture sector and how the university can help to revitalize it. We have specifically stated our concerns to be answered by the panel of experts as key informants. These concerns include the strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the URS agriculture program. The studies, community development, and sustainable agricultural programs implemented by University of Rizal System. The potential utilization of artificial intelligence in agriculture and initiatives for internationalization to revitalize agriculture by way of best practices of other countries. After interviewing the key informants in the field, we have determined the answers to our areas of concerns. So on the strength and weaknesses, for the strengths, under human resource, the panel agrees that the university has pool of experts in the field. Under research area, there are studies on food security and sustainability. The SUNRI for Sustainable Agriculture and Natural Resources Institute has projects that targets sustainability, and there had been recent focus on avocado technology. Moreover, on research area, high-value fruits and vegetables are abundant in URS like papaya, makapuno, bananas, coffee, calamansi, and long pepper, all of which have high yield. Product development support given by the Department of Trade and Industry for business and product development with corresponding testing, and the Department of Science and Technology for production and packaging of machine equipment. The university has public and private partnership with the Unilab laboratories for feasible and viable projects so that funded and the profit generated will be distributed based on agreed terms and conditions. Strong funding support from other government agencies for projects proposed and approved by the National Economic Development Authority, Commission on Higher Education, and the provincial local government units for sustainable agriculture. The university is focused on emerging precision technology in which it can apply the expertise of the faculty in developing techniques and machineries for agricultural development sensitive to the local context. I will now be sharing with you some research studies, community development, and sustainable agricultural programs of the university. Under research, development, and innovation, the university was able to publish 19 research studies in various international refereed journals in 2020 to 2021. While additional 8 research studies were published this year. We have registered 53 intellectual properties last year, while 23 IPs are awaiting registration this year. We also have one campus, one product initiative in which each of the 10 URS campuses has their own product to develop and sell to the community. The university is also active in the various community development or extension activities. It has 14 active partnerships. This distinctly consider the following trusts: poverty alleviation, food production and safety, sustainable agriculture, entrepreneurship and ecotourism, environmental preservation and protection, social equity, and gender and development, which serve the avenue to be able to touch 4,157 beneficiaries in various areas of engagement, rating our program as excellent. The URS Environmental Education and Biodiversity Research Centers has established to foster scientific understanding of the environment and the biodiversity within it. It has spearheaded community empowerment projects that cover food and water sustainability in the province. Stingless bees, vermicomposting, organic insecticide, fish production, corn post-harvest technology, and aquaponics. So on the potential utilization of artificial intelligence, the potential area of artificial intelligence and other technologies in agriculture may be made possible because of the presence of experts in the university. The university has been hailed as one of the best engineering schools in the Philippines, and the expertise honed in engineering may be used in the promotion of AI in agriculture. The university may explore emerging areas of development which as research in artificial intelligence, in agriculture, machine and development, farming methods for crop and animal resilience, and community training. It can also offer non-credit short-term certification courses in both artificial intelligence and agricultural technology. The URS wanted to become a model of excellence in AI, trailblazing in agriculture in the Philippines, as it seeks to revitalize the agriculture industry in the province of Rizal. Taking the university in a new level of collaboration, it actively pursues international partnership aligned with the promotion of agriculture program and practices with the best in the world. So the university currently has 3 international partnership with eminent school in South Korea, Taiwan, and Pakistan, while partnership agreement with universities in Malaysia, China, Australia, France, and the United States are on their way as we speak. We wanted to engage the international community so we can bring their best agricultural practice in the context of the academe industry partnership to the provincial agricultural development agenda. This way, not only the development of this industry happens on the ground, but also among the best educational institutions in the world. There are some of our humble practices and initiatives in the revitalization of the agricultural industry in the province of Rizal. We hope that one day we could also engage everyone here as we endeavor to revitalize the agriculture industry in our province, but our neighboring countries as well. So with that, thank you very much. It is the distinct honor of the university to partake in this very important event on behalf of the whole community of University of Rizal System in the Philippines. We say kapungka. Maraming salamat po. So I would like to invite you all to watch our video in University of Rizal System. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Nancy Pascual from University of Rizal System.
We have still video to
okay.
watch. Sound, please.
Development agenda of the province. It has a vibrant institutions in Rizal Province, which are the former Rizal Polytechnic College, Rizal State College, and Rizal Technological University Antipolo campus. Since its establishment in 2001, URS continuously strived to be a premier educational institution with Tanay campus as the main campus.
The Rizal province has considerably big rice production capacity with a dedicated 5,805 hectares for rice alone. Rizal is also known for its aquaculture due to the presence of the largest lake in the country, the Laguna de Bay. These precious agricultural resources contribute to the dynamic economic DNA of the province. The University of Rizal system has a mandate to provide higher professional and technical services attuned with the development agenda of the province. It has a vibrant research culture which can be aligned to priority areas such as agriculture and make agriculture an exciting growth corridor which can then lead to sustainable production projects and beneficial community development services. The university has a pool of experts in the field of agriculture who are fully immersed with research studies on high-value crop production, innovative animal raising, and urban farming. URS also have several facilities and properties dedicated to agricultural research and cultivation. The university has the technical expertise and fundamental knowledge of agriculture in the context of Rizal province. Fortunately, the university is also considered as one of the best schools in the country when it comes to engineering education, having been able to consistently deliver high passing rate in the board exams with the occasional board top-notchers. The marriage between its two strengths, agriculture on one hand and engineering on the other, would enable the university to revive agriculture in a modern approach. The university may explore areas of development such as embarking on research in artificial intelligence in agriculture, machine development for agricultural purposes, farming methods that can make crops and animals resilient, and community training on modern agricultural practices. It can also offer non-credit short-term certification courses in both artificial intelligence and agricultural technology, which may range from urban farming and climate-resistant farming to sustainable commercial farming using modules and methodologies developed and researched by the university.
The University of Rizal System, nurturing tomorrow's noblest.
The University of Rizal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Professor Dr. Nancy Pascual. And our next topic will be presented by Professor Dr. Julie Hope Timothée Ivina from the Western Philippine University, Palawan, Philippines. She's going to talk about RDE technology transfer initiatives to research outputs of the Western Philippines University, Palawan, Philippines. And she's ready now, so please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to the President of Major University, Professor Dr. Werapon, the board of AACU, the board members of AACU, fellow presidents of SUCs, other participants. Good evening. Good afternoon. I'm just testing if you are still paying attention. So what I'm going to share to you this afternoon are few of the many initiatives of Western Philippines University on agricultural innovations and partnerships towards social sustainability. Western Philippines University is located in the island paradise of Palawan, Philippines. So if you would like to collaborate with us, aside from having collaboration, you will also have pleasure trips to the island paradise of Palawan. So we are open for collaborations. Okay, so next slide, please. So before we disseminate the utility models or whatever we have generated from our researchers, we do the IP protection initiatives for our faculty researchers. Next slide, please. So, and Philippine Council for Agriculture aquaculture, and natural resources research and development. So the focus of my sharing this afternoon is on the Technology Business Incubator Program of PCARD and DOST. So ours is Western Philippines University Agri-Aqua Technology Business Incubator. So we go to the communities to inform the community people about this project and what assistance do they need from us so we can help them in the value adding of their products. So we conducted one-on-one consultations. So after the consultations, interested or prospective business incubators would come to us for the initial talks. Next slide, please. So for the initial talks, and later I will discuss what technical assistance we give to our prospective business incubators. So in our Aborlan campus, in the Aborlan Business Incubator, we provide access to our incubators, to our laboratory and processing facility. Next slide, please. So this is basically what we do in the technology business incubators. So we provide the incubators with the training on business planning, so they will be able to know how to start with their small business. By the way, we address the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And then we also assist them in terms of market analysis. So they know how to compete with their competitors in the market. We also provide them training on market strategy, most importantly, financial management, and of course, the branding and labeling of their products. If their business involves processing of food products, we also provide trainings on quality control. So they have access to business development services, as what I have mentioned a while ago. So for the College of Agriculture, Forestry, and Environmental Sciences, most of my companions in this conference are faculty of this college, yung mga nakabarong. So they have this partnership with the Tagumpay Agrarian Auto Savings Multipurpose Cooperative and Aborlan Federation or Food Processors Association. So they provide them training on how to improve the food products they are producing. They provide them right shops. So for improved labeling, we have this. One of the faculty members or some of the faculty members in our food processing are with me today in this conference. So they also provide them assistance to establish market linkages. For our College of Engineering and Technology, our clients come to us for the development of prototypes which they need. Like for this one, the Municipal Agricultural Office asked us to come up with a prototype for agricultural waste shredding machine. And then with the real food products, they produce the banana chips that are not the usual cut, not the cross-sectional cut of banana chips, but the longitudinal cut of banana chips. So they asked us to produce the the machine that they will use for producing the chips in longitudinal cuts and with uniform cuts. So, and this was funded by the Department of Science and Technology. It was the Department of Science and Technology that connected this real food products business to us for the development of the machine, and also the Department of Trade and Industry. So now they are already using the machine, and then they also asked us to come up with the development of a prototype for coconut shredder, because they also produce the cocoa chips that they intend to market in Korea. So these are our simple, humble initiatives in terms of agricultural innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And here we have another speaker from Romblon State University, Dr. Emmeline Montoya. She's the Vice President for Research and Extension, and representing Professor Dr. Marian Karajemani from Romblon State University. And the topic that she is going to speak today is about the tales of seaweed industry in Romblon on profile, experiences, and opportunities in research, extension, development, and innovation. Please welcome.
To President Tong Ma and his team, the major president, the presidents of different universities in different countries, Asian countries, guests, fellow academicians, pleasant day to everyone. It is really a great pleasure to share the tales of seaweed industry in Romblon, profile, experiences, and opportunities in research, extension, development, and innovation. I will be presenting on behalf of our president, Dr. Marian Karajemani, who is not here today. So, Romblon can be found in southern part of the Philippines, southern Tagalog part of the Philippines. And it is considered as an island province and considered also as the heart of the country, the Philippines, because it is situated, if you try to look at the map, in the center of the map where the Romblon State University is located. The Romblon State University has 9 campuses. We have 5 campuses in the main island and 4 campuses in islands. Then it has more or less 15,000 students every semester. So in the Philippines, among the 10 major marine species, seaweed is the top commodity produced by aquaculture fisheries, with a total production of 370,483.64 metric tons from January to March 2022. Based on the data of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, in 2020, the Philippines ranked 4th in Asia for seaweed production. In the province of Romblon, a total of 129 seaweed species were identified and recorded, in 2017. That consists mostly of 29 chlorophyceae, 56 rhodophyceae, and 25 pyophyceae species. So the following are the common seaweed species farmed in Romblon. These include Olva lactuca, Qualerpa, Gracilaria, Eucuma denticulatum, Capapicus alvarici, and Capapicus striaticus. As the only agricultural school in the province, Romblon State University strives to promote agricultural innovations, to provide assistance to various sectors of the community, one of which is the improvement of seaweeds farming in the province, specifically in the municipality of Santa Fe, the center of seaweed industry in the province. So this paper discussed the efforts made by the university in terms of research, extension, and development and innovation for the seaweed industry in the province. Aside from marble and coconut, seaweeds provide a remunerative livelihood among fisher folks, especially in Tablas Island. Dried seaweeds provide a more definite income due to its high demand in Cebu and other processing centers, according to the study of Famini. Although seaweed farming thrives in the Philippines, there had been a fluctuating data in terms of production rate from 2015 to 2018. A sudden drop in the trajectory of production was seen in the table. Next. In 2015 to 2016. The decrease in production was linked to ice disease and the presence of epiphytes, which are also the major problems that affect other seaweed farms in the country. The seaweed industry in Romblon is supported by the national government agencies such as the DOST for Research, Department of Agriculture for Livelihood and Facility, the local and provincial government for livelihood programs. The non-government organization also extend their support to the growing seaweed industry. In 2020, a research collaboration between 8 SUCs were made for the research titled Field Testing of Laboratory Reared Seaweed Cultivars from Palawan State University Marine Science Laboratory Culture Facilities in Mimaropa region, which was implemented in 2021 until 2023 with a total fund of 11,262,942 pesos. And this is from DOST Picard. The project location were in Palawan as the main implementing province in collaboration with Romblon, Marinduque, and Oriental Mindoro. In the province of Romblon, the project was implemented in the municipality of Santa Fe, the center of seaweed industry in Romblon, especially in Ginbirayan, Magsaysay, and Tabugon. The general objectives of the study is to select among different laboratory reared seaweeds cultivars the Capapicus and Eucuma species from PSU-MSL culture facilities, the quality seed stocks for mass propagation, and dispersal to farmers in Palawan, Romblon, Mindoro, and Marinduque. As of now, the university has more or less 7 hectares of seaweed farm in Santa Fe, Romblon with floating seaweed solar dryer. Seaweed farm were also monitored in the nurseries by weighing from seaweed cultivars to harvest period. So due to the growing industry, seaweed nursery was expanded in 3 barangays. It can be gleaned from the pictures how the local farmers segregate harvested seaweeds from the cable lining where they are attached. So we have the following potential studies for seaweed in the future. First, site selection for expansion of seaweeds farming, cropping calendar for Romblon, development of new local strain in Romblon, development of new farming techniques, mechanization of seaweeds planting and farming, and post-harvest development of seaweeds. Seaweeds are known to be good source of phycocolloids, which include agar, alginate, and carrageenan. These commercially relevant seaweeds extracts from red and brown seaweeds do not only function as food components, but are also reported to exhibit various biological activities that are helpful in human health and are useful in different technological applications. Traditionally, seaweeds are used as food and medicine in Eastern countries and are extensively used in aquaculture as treatment or preventive agent for viral and bacterial diseases. Considering its reported biological activities, a study conducted by Galan, one of our issues researchers, explore the potential antibacterial activity of rhodophyta species against zoonotic pathogen or Salmonella arizonae. Ethanolic extracts from Garcilaria edulis, Eucuma denticulatum, and Capapicus striatum were used for in vitro bacterial susceptibility testing and in vivo antibacterial test using goldfish. Okay, so picture shows the infected goldfish, picture A, with pale flesh, scales loss, rotten tails and fins, hemorrhages in internal organs, and pale gills. Whereas treated goldfish in picture B has normal flesh, intact scales, normal fins, intact internal organs, no hemorrhages, and normal gills. As to the perceived benefit of seaweed farming, a study of Garcia et al. In 2020 revealed that seaweed farming contributes to financial income of local farmers, provides assistance in sending children to school, increased purchasing power of material goods, and gives opportunity in improving dwellings. In terms of perceived social benefits of seaweed farming, it was found that it reduces unemployment, provides jobs for undergraduates, promotes family and community support, promotes involvement in the association of local residents, and makes family become socially oriented. On the other hand, locals perceive seaweed farming to have environmental benefits, such as it helps in preserving coral reefs, increase in the population of fish and shellfishes, it helps in management of coastal waste problem, and reduces seawater pollution. So aside from the studies, the university inspired seaweeds RDE. Just recently, the university launched the first seaweed festival in our issue Santa Fe campus, the School of Fisheries Technology. Several seaweed-based products were showcased during the event, such as seaweed's dark chocolate, seaweed spring rolls, seaweed's rice cakes, seaweed's burger, seaweed's leche flan, and seaweed's ice cream. Local government unit was also invited to witness the event, Aside from that, seaweed-based studies were also presented during the Seaweed Festival. The university seaweed researchers are continuously doing studies in Santa Fe campus by monitoring the different seaweed locations, including the seaweed drying solar-powered floating facility. And these efforts are projected towards the goal of the university to establish a research center for sustainable seaweed aquaculture, since this is the only endemic product in terms of fishery in Romblon, endemic to Santa Fe. So the Research, Extension, Development, and Innovation Unit has also been constantly monitoring the seaweed RD endeavors of the university. So at this point in time, I would like to appeal to everyone to partner with us. In terms of seaweeds, we are just in the infancy stage. We have just started this one. So please help us. And if you want to partner with us, then try to contact us via ready@rsU.edu.ph or through Ready FB landing page and Google landing site at bit.ly rsU-ready. So thank you so much. This is Dr. Emeline F. Montoya, the Vice President for Research, Extension, Development, and Innovation of Romblon State University, Odjongan, Philippines. So I have also here flyers of what about Romblon. So you can find here some information and profiles of Romblon to collaborate with in terms of research, extension, development, and innovation. So thank you so much, and to God be the glory.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Marian from Romblon State University. And we have another presentation, but it is sent by a video. So let me introduce the speaker, and then we will see the video together. So the speaker is Mr. Mashito Mihara from Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. And he's going to present about promoting education and research dedicated to sustainable development in agricultural fields at Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. So let's enjoy the video.
Okay, good morning. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to show our outcome titled Promoting Education and Research Dedicated to Sustainable Development in Agriculture Field at Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. My name is Machito Mihara. I have been taking charge of Center for Global Initiative, Tokyo University of Agriculture, Japan. The United Nations Conference on Environment and Development, called a summit, was held in 1992 in Brazil on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the first Human Environment Conference that was held in 1972. The UNCED highlighted how economic, social, and environmental factors are interdependent and involved together, and concluded that concept of sustainable development was attainable goal for all the people of the world, regardless whether they are local, national, regional, or international level. It is also recognized that integrating and balancing economic, social, and environmental concerns in meeting our need is vital for sustaining human life, but require new perceptions of the way how to produce and consume, the way how people live and work, and the way how decision-making should be done. This concept was radical and it sparked a lively debate within government and between government and citizens on how to ensure sustainability for development. One of the major outcomes of the UNCED was Agenda 21, indicating actions for new strategies to move on in the future to achieve overall sustainable development in 21st century. It is also recommended new method of education, especially new way of preserving natural resources and of participating in sustainable. After 10 years passed from the UNCED, the World Summit on Sustainable Development 2002 was held in South Africa. The Johannesburg Declaration on Sustainable Development was adopted. This declaration clearly mentioned a vital commitment to sustainable development for ensuring rich diversity, for constructive partnership for change and achievement of the common goal of sustainable development. On the way to the common goal of sustainable development, the Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, was born from the need for education to grow sustainability challenges. ESD is action-oriented, innovative in selection to enable learners to develop knowledge and awareness for transforming society into a more sustainable one with economic viability, social community development, and environmental integrity, not only for present, but also for future generations. Based on the UN approach towards sustainable society, this report describes how the education and research at Tokyo University of Agriculture have been dedicated to sustainable development, especially after the UNCED was held in 1992. Tokyo University of Agriculture, in short, Tokyo Nodai, was founded 1891 by Mr. Enomoto, who served as Minister of Foreign Affairs, Agriculture, so on, and the chairman of the Tokugawa Ikueikai Foundation. Practical science has been a school motto advocated by the first president, Mr. Yokoi, since the time of Tokyo Nodai founded. Today, Tokyo Nodai consists of 6 graduate schools, 6 faculties, and 23 departments, spread on 3 campuses, which cover a wide range of areas, including bioscience, food and health science, environmental science, energy, and regional regeneration. Each department devoted to educate students to be experts in each specific field through various specific field subjects by means of lectures, seminars, practical training, and experiments. Also, all students belong to laboratory in junior year, and it is mandatory for all students to write graduation thesis. It is working well as an advantage of Tokyo Nodai students in job hunting. However, as I mentioned earlier, education for sustainable development aiming the empowerment of learners to make decisions and take responsibility action for sustainable society is holistic and transformative education for all people to learn the value, behavior, and lifestyle required for a sustainable future and for positive social transformation. In other words, this education is indispensable even for transforming agricultural innovation toward social sustainability. According to deepen global understanding toward sustainability, Tokyo Nodai offer special program courses, even at graduate level, in which lectures are conducted in English, such as comparative nature study for cultural perspective, environment and agriculture, food and environment in economic development, so on. In the academic year of 2022, there are 12,485 undergraduate and 802 graduate students at Tokyo Nodai. Every student having access to these kinds of subjects for deepening global understanding of sustainability, especially aiming the integration and a balance among economic, social, and environmental concerns. Additionally, Tokyo Nodai have been organizing the International Student Summit, ISS, on food, agriculture, and environment since 2001 to offer students from our global universities with an opportunity to gather and exchange views and ideas on global food, agricultural, and environmental issues, and to discuss their own role in sustainable development. Last year, the 20th ISS took place from 14 to 17 September 2021 with the theme of linking actions, research and education in agriculture value chain to achieve environmental, social, and economic sustainability, which was adopted as the 19th ISS in 2019. There were 56 presenters from 26 universities in 24 countries and regions. Due to the pandemic situation, the event was held online. The students at both undergraduate and graduate level presented their activity, which were considered to approach the realization of a sustainable society following the ISS theme. Although each presentation was delivered by on-demand format, the thematic discussion in small groups were conducted in a live format, and those were so meaningful in leading to identifying new issues to be discussed in the future. Every graduate student has some opportunities to attend and contribute research outcome at the international conference or symposium. However, the content have been focused on specific field of their belonging department. Let's opportunities exist for them to foster a perspective to link their research outcome to sustainable development of real society. It is reasonable that every graduate student must look for research originality, a meaningful outcome to get high evaluation in the academic society where they belong. The event, such as the International Student Summit on Food, Agriculture, and Environment, is rare for graduate students, as the discussion is made not only the originality, but also how connect with sustainability, especially economic viability, social community development, and environmental integrity based on the shared research outcome. This presentation describes how the education and research at Tokyo University of Agriculture have been dedicated in realization of sustainable development related to the UN approaches. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Mashito Mihara from Tokyo University of Agriculture for the video presentation. And once again, I would like to thank all of the speakers today from knowledge sharing session, and the certificates will be given to you later. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of today's session. Hopefully you can gain knowledge from our speakers today and have fun.
All right, let me announce a little bit. Next, you are going to take some break. I wish you are waiting for this moment. Okay, and after a break at 6:30 p.m., we have a dinner reception on 17th floor again. So you see that how beautiful it is? Yes, up there. So we are going to have a wonderful dinner together tonight. And also, if you have some time, please visit our exhibition downstairs. It's about innovation exhibition. So please enjoy the exhibition as well. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the host of today's international conference, I would like to thank everyone, indeed, again, speakers and honored guests and everyone here and participants. Yes.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, for tomorrow schedule, let me give you some brief information. We will come back again in this room for tomorrow around 9:15 for the keynote speakers, and we also have oral presentation in the afternoon. Okay, so hope everyone enjoy our session tomorrow.
Also, tomorrow afternoon, we will have the prize announcement for innovation competition. So please join our announcement and please congratulate to the winners together. So that's the end of our international conference session today. Have a good evening and enjoy dinner. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you.